What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the final day of CCT Series number 4. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with ZQuickSonics, and we have got the best of 5 grand finals coming up shortly between two fantastic teams, Virtus Pro and Dragon Esports. Maybe not some of the teams that people thought would make it all the way through the tournament, but after watching some of these teams play, I'm not surprised, man. They've looked really good this event.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro, maybe a good amount of people had making it here to the end. I think Dragon Esports Club, think this is a new iteration. I definitely compared to the last CCT, this is a new group. They might have played some other stuff together, but they're looking a lot better than we saw before. And I mean, clearly showing it, making it to the final day. But they did drop to VP before. I believe it was a 2-0, but there was some very close games, one that went over an hour. So we'll see if they can bring it here, which, I think this will be a pretty exciting one.
Yeah, I think so too. I think this will be a lot of fun. We'll see what ends up happening, obviously, as we jump into the games later today. But yeah, I think in general, really excited for Dragon Esports. I think this is a team that definitely had some rough patches, but this is the best that they've looked so far. I mean, ever since the series that we got to cast early on in the playoffs, where we saw them up against Palanisha, I believe, something like that. I can't remember if that's exactly how to pronounce it, but they looked really good in that series. They ended up taking it a 2-0 pretty convincingly, and the only team they've lost to so far in this tournament is Virtus Pro in that upper bracket round 2. So maybe they get some revenge here, but for now, I think, like you said, Virtus Pro probably the favorites coming into this event. They've looked incredible. Kiritich, Squad X, Noticed, Antares, and of course, Ake. And I mean, these guys are all very good.
I'm excited to see how they're going to play together. I think Ake, he's the recent addition, and the support duo matters a lot, right? It helps to set up your early game. And so far, doing pretty well. I don't believe they've dropped a game this entire time, so certainly suggests that it's working out. But you got to keep that track record going. I don't know. Do you think they could 3-0 in the grand finals?
I think it's possible. But Dragon Esports, like I said, they've looked good. I think it's easier to get a 2-0 than it is to get a 3-0. That's something I firmly believe. Like momentum for a couple games definitely makes a difference, but I think with as much practice that Dragon Esports has had now with their lower bracket run, the fact that they've had a little bit more time to study Virtus Pro here and kind of prepare, I think they're going to bring it. So I'm excited to see how Dragon Esports is going to fare against Virtus Pro. As this team is stacked with some players that people have known for quite a while. I think Kiritich and Squad X, I mean, those guys, they're very well known. And so is Antares. Like, Antares is also super well known. So yeah, I like this team a lot.
Yeah, and that's a good point. It's not only a 3-0, but I guess technically it would have to be a 5-0 because they did play before. So certainly Dragon Esports Club would have learned from their last series, and I don't know. I'm just excited to see Dragon Esports play. Like, even if they don't win here, I think second place is really good, especially compared to some of their previous performances, where this new iteration does seem to be coming together. And it's still relatively early. I want to say within the last month is when they started to play together, this particular group. So a strong increase in performance in that time is already impressive. But of course, if you don't win something major in that time, then that's okay. It's only been 1 month, but still it'd be really exciting for them to do so. But I hope at the least they bring a really strong performance into this grand finals.
Yeah, I agree. I want it to be a close series, and I think it will be. I'm pretty sure that even if Virtus Pro does 3-0 it, I know Dragon Esports is going to put up a good fight. So I would just like to see a competitive series regardless, and of who wins, because I think both these teams definitely have kind of proven themselves to stand out a little bit. I will say this new patch has shaken up the game a little bit more than I think initially expected it would. I think it's potentially that, plus a little bit of teams kind of being a little sick and tired of the old patch and how it was played. I think they're just like, yeah, we're willing to experiment a lot more. We're willing to try new heroes, and there's like kind of this trend towards just going straight raw, overwhelming damage as opposed to building auras in every game. So I don't know. We'll see if that ends up being the case as well. But I'm glad that we're at least seeing more than the 22 heroes that were picked in TI.
There were more than 22, Ricky. You know, come on.
Oh, there we go. We got a roster. Here we go. Heck yes. So Dragon Esports, their opponents got the Juice, Niku, PMA Days, as well as Riddies. And yeah, these guys have really stepped up in general. I'm excited to see how well they're going to do, because I think their mid laner, Dual Rays, I think he has been on a burner this event. So I'm curious, like, if he can keep that going, because he's got his work cut out for him in the mid lane up against Squad X.
Yeah, I think that last one was the Navi roster actually, but now we got this one. Yeah, I think Dual Rays, I think he's been on this Dragon Esports Club for a while, and there's been like different player shuffles around. So I feel like from what I remember from their last series, I liked the way they were playing around their off lane. I remember he's going by Mode Cyril, and he's been playing a lot of Zoo heroes.
Yeah.
So it's been working out. I was talking about the support duo earlier, like set that pace, but then a lot of it also comes down to your off laner and your mid laner. You know, how are they getting involved in this early game, which, like you said, used to be auras and bracers for everybody. And there has been a little bit of a mix-up where sometimes you still see a good amount of auras, but other times it's not as punishing to go for these other builds. Now, if you are playing the Zoo style, you are just getting a bunch of auras. And I still think that's strong. And for a team that has maybe recently come together, it's also a very clear way to play. You know, it's like, okay, first we play the lanes, which everyone's used to because that's what pubs are like. But then the team coordination part, that can be new for a group of players. But it's like, hey, I'm just going to build auras. You guys are going to come with me, and we're going to walk at towers. That sound good? It's like, yeah, that sounds great. Right? So I like that, the way they play in it, and making space for Muxa to get farmed up on his carry and then eventually join in for that final push to break that high ground.
Yeah. Well, we finally have our draft underway now, and I will say, I think not a lot of differences in terms of bans yet. The Invoker being banned out right away is a little bit interesting, because I know that's actually a Squad X hero. He loves playing this. But we're going to see a little bit of supports focused up on the side of Dragon Esports. So the Enchantress and the Shadow Demon. Some very strong lanes, but also some like decent sustain and scaling from both of them.
I think Dual Rays also plays a pretty strong Invoker. And looking back at it, the last series Virtus Pro played versus Dragon Esports Club, they also opened with the Invoker ban, so maybe just a targeted ban there. I do think he's generically good. I don't think he's typically so broken that you have to ban him in the first phase, but I do think he's just this solid mid laner, and you know, maybe he counters a lot of the heroes that Virtus Pro is interested in playing. You know, maybe something like that Storm Spirit. Maybe that's something they've got in mind.
I could see that. We're going to see the Bristleback Bat Rider bans, as well as the Timbersaw. And then Virtus Pro get one more here before their first pick, which I'm a little bit curious what they want to do. There is a lot to choose from still. We're not seeing as much of the like overly broken heroes that we did in TI, right? None of these like Lone Druids, Omnis, Shadow Demons, you know, in every single ban or pick first. So it kind of changes that first phase pick a little bit. Okay. Nothing too fancy, just a clockwork, but a generally super strong hero. Pairs really well with things like the Snapfire, which we see a lot in terms of the support duos. Can run it 4 or 5. And they're just going to respond with a Pango, which is a little bit odd. I feel like Pango does kind of struggle a little bit against the clock, but if you get the Rolling Thunder off first, it's fine, I think, typically.
Yeah, Clockwork was something that was banned out against Virtus Pro last series, and instead they got Bat Rider both games. So it looks like Dragon Esports Club decided to mix it up. It's like, oh, we didn't like that Bat Rider. Let them have the Clockwork instead. And like you said, the power cogs can be annoying for Pango, but I think as long as you're rolling, which should be doable, as long as you're trying to stay out of sight, Rocket Flare might find you. But oftentimes, if you're the one making the play, you can still kind of get what you need before the Clockwork gets in there and like kind of disrupts your path with the power cogs. And it's pretty safe as well if you do run this in the off lane, which we see a lot of like off lane Pangos. And the way Clockwork wants to kind of wreck you in the lane is either just run next to you with battery assault or bop you a bunch with the power cogs, kick you around in there. But Pango, he will get hit by at least one cog, but he has 2 mobility spells to get away from the Clockwork, get out of the power cogs. And so at least, you can't get trapped in there and get completely killed.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. That's true. We've been seeing a lot of people kind of go for the Thunderbolt Pango as well, which I'm a little bit surprised. Like, I know it definitely seems better for like Pangalier's like game when he's playing around his ult, but you are way weaker in lane, and so I haven't actually decided if I like the trade-off personally. Like, it ends up a lot of times when I see Pangoliers go the Thunderbolt, they are way less farmed than they typically are. Like, they'll have like a full item or 2 less than they do in the late game, just from not having shield crash, because they lose their lane like almost every time now. So I don't know. We'll see how they end up utilizing it, if they like Thunderbolt or Shield Crash. But I haven't been sold on this facet. It looks cool when you're ulting, but like sacrificing your lane stage pretty drastically, and like some of your just general damage output, with Shield Crash is a little bit scary sometimes.
Yeah, it's sort of a question of you have a strong lane, so you get to go high levels, good item timings into the mid game, versus weaker lanes, but you have a stronger ability for the mid game. So maybe it comes down to like if you think you will be okay in the lane, especially if it's maybe a lot of magic damage, things that the double jump barrier is not as good against. Maybe that's when you end up going Thunderbolt. Or maybe when you want to lock down this kind of mobile hero in the Storm Spirit, right? You want to make sure you're chain stunning him. That extra roll speed could definitely help with that. That maybe does start to explain that Invoker ban we were seeing earlier. Storm Spirit does not have a good time in the laning stage versus Invoker. And they're actually going to pair him with Keeper of the Light, which there was the nerf to Arcane Boots in the most recent patch. And I think heroes that help you with mana are becoming more popular, even though a hero like Storm Spirit didn't build the Arcane Boots himself, but he had teammates who would build it, and that helped him with his mana. So it's an indirect nerf to him when that item also gets hurt. But Keeper of the Light, classic, right? He's going to have tons of mana to work with.
Yeah, so this is actually an Antares classic. He is one of the few 4 positions that actually ran Keeper of the Light very often and pretty regularly. So, like in the support position when he was back on 9 Pandas, it was like his Keeper of the Light, his techies were probably some of the most played and most feared heroes at the time. And yeah, I think Pottle Storm, I don't think people fully explored this, but the fact that you can double Chakra Magic a Storm Spirit constantly is insane. The recall facet, basically when the teleport finishes, it instantly applies Chakra Magic for free to him and the Coddle, and then you just Chakra Magic him again. So Storm Spirit's going to accelerate out of control in this mid game. They're going to stack like crazy for him, and I guess the only hope you have is beating Storm Spirit in the lane prior to that level 6. So they grab a Shadow Fiend, which is flexible. I don't know if this is necessarily going to be the mid lane or the safe lane, but if it's mid lane, you're going the spellcasting Shadow Fiend build, which you don't see that often anymore, but it still definitely can beat a Storm Spirit in the mid lane pretty easily.
If we see that, so I see like pros and cons. I like that build because it would be good versus the Storm Spirit. And like you said, I know they're going to make stacks, not just for Storm, but I also see that Beastmaster. They're going to want tons of stacks. So if you can go in there as a Shadow Fiend and just steal it with a couple of raises, that would be awesome for you. But then there's also that Clockwork. There's that Beastmaster Roar. Shadow Fiend does not like to deal with those heroes, especially I'd say as a mid laner where you're not building the Hurricane Pike as much. You're wanting to jump in, ult, and get that big spell combo. But you've got this battery assault on you. Maybe you tried to BKB and go in, and suddenly you're roared and you're just killed. If you don't get your ult off, you know, even with the the Yasha Kai, which speeds it up, like you can be stopped and then you're dead before you get anything out of it. So for that reason, I kind of like the idea of carry Shadow Fiend here.
Generally, yeah.
But
carry Shadow Fiend is just the flavor of the month anyway.
Yeah, and I think it would be okay versus the Beastmaster as well. You still have the potential stack stealing, like even without that facet, you go in there with a couple raises, and it should be a strong pairing with the Tusk. So I feel like you could do safe lane, but maybe let's see, mid Pango should be okay. I guess you could opt to try to counter the Storm harder.
I would like that personally, because I think when you give Storm the battery that is the Coddle, you need to shut down his early game. So I would be super down for them just moving the Pango into the off lane, him running the Thunderbolt facet, building some auras, and then giving a stronger counter to the mid lane. I think Shadow Fiend Tusk is a perfectly strong lane. We've seen this actually super often over the last tournament. Just drinking buddies or a tag team work great with this hero, but it's typically just going to be the drinking buddies. And yeah, like you said, it should be the Beastmaster lane. Can invade if it needs to. It's just as the game goes on, Beastmaster just becomes a bigger and scarier hero, right? Roar is always one of the most devastating abilities against the Shadow Fiend. So we'll see what they can do to try and save him. A lot's going to be on the Tusk to be able to follow it up with the Snowball to counter it, but we'll see what we do in the last phase of picks here from Virtus Pro. We're going to be up first. I mean, they need their carry. I don't know. I don't think you have much choice there for Virtus Pro. They need their carry here. Looks like they're going to go for the Morphling. And so this is where you get to choose Dragon Esports Club. It's why I do like these core picks, because you can move Pango off mid, Shadow Fiend mid carry. So you do have your choice here. On paper, like, okay, I want to counter the Morphling, right? They've shown their hand. I want to get that Morphling. On the other hand, I don't think Morphling is necessarily the issue, because even if you counter Morphling, it's the other 4 heroes that are looking to make space and bring up a lot of momentum around that Beastmaster. We'll see if he ends up going for the old Ags build, or lately there's been a lot of Helm of Dominator, play around that, Storm with the mana battery. That is what is going to make space for you. And so even if you shut down the Morphling, but then those 4 take over your map, that's going to give Morphling space to get back into it. And, you know, maybe he's still going to end up winning the game later. So whatever they end up picking, I think should be more about addressing the first 4 heroes and try to set themselves up in a, kind of for an earlier win, I suppose. They go for the Underlord. Has an all right lane versus the Morphling. But I do think it helps to bring more tempo to these other heroes. One, the ultimate, so that he can stay in the lane against that Morphling, don't give him space, but still show up to the team fights with his ultimate, as well as build the auras to match the Beastmaster. In particular, the pipe. I really want to see a fast pipe from this Underlord if this Beastmaster goes for the Aghanims. If he doesn't, then I'm open to like one of the other auras first. But if you can tell the Beastmaster's going the Ags, if you can get your pipe fast enough and show up to every fight that Beastmaster tries to roar, then you're just going to like shut down what that Beastmaster wants to do, what that Storm Spirit, what that Keeper of the Light, right? There's so much magic damage there that I think Underlord is a good response. Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it is. I'm really hoping that they match the kind of rotations we're going to see early on with this Underlord. So one of the benefits being that as soon as Storm wants to gank, he's going to teleport to one of the side lanes and immediately zip in and try and find himself a quick kill. And it makes it a lot easier if he's ganking the Keeper of the Light lane. So I'd imagine it's going to be him looking for the Shadow Fiend or the Tusk top. So as soon as that Storm hits level 6, after he's cleaned up maybe a few stacks, it's going to be a pretty easy rotation for him. And if Infernal is close to his 6, I'd hope that he responds to that aggression, because that is where you can either like make or break this Storm's game, I think. So I like the pick quite a bit. The root is always super useful against heroes like Storm and Morph, but yeah, it should be good. Yeah, I think that's a great call out. I'm really looking at that window of Storm 6, but other heroes not, right? Because the mid lane hits 6 first.
if you can kill the Shadow Fiend once or twice, I think that's pretty good. I think maybe you can let it happen once and it's okay. But after that, the snowball save should buy enough time for rotations to come in. You've got like the Dark Willow with the Brambles, the Terrorize, the Underlord coming in with the Pit, maybe an Aura that he's finished, and then that makes the Storm ganks a lot harder, right? He zipped in, he wasted all his mana, even with the Caudal there, right? You don't want to zip in and get nothing. So can you kill the Shadow Fiend once, twice, maybe more? You know, I'm sure you're hoping for more if you're a VP fan here. But if you're hoping for Dragon Esports Club, then I think you just have to play really careful in that window. And then as soon as you have Underlord ult, you get to start feeling a little bit more confident to respond to the Storm Spirit ganks. All right, we see a smoke out. I actually love what Antares did here. He just like ran down here and broke the smoke. I don't know if intentional or not, but he did run down here, break the smoke. He may not even know. But because of that, the smoke play to come in here to block some of the Beastmaster's camps, and maybe they would have gone for a first blood. It looks like they're still going to try with the Dark Willow leading the way, and her smoke did not break.
I really like it when teams do make this aggressive play for Beastmaster type camps and stuff, right? So they've already come in here. They've blocked both sets of Ancients. And on the bottom side, the Caudal, he actually didn't block either of the camps, but he puts a Deep Observer here watching the small medium camp behind the tier 1 tower, which is a super common place for a Shadow Fiend to just kind of boost his net worth, right? So makes it a lot more gankable. If you bring the Clockwork through the gate, Shadow Fiend is just super dead at that point. So I like the potential of what that ward could bring.
Yeah, I also think if you spot them stacking it, Caudal is one of those supports that he's like, okay, hang on there, Notice, for a moment. I'm just going to go and blast this a couple times, get myself some farm.
Very
so
true.
now you know if it's worth your time heading over with that Observer or for the Clockwork rotation like you mentioned. Like Ake already taking a bit of damage. This will be an annoying lane for him. You want to get close to your opponents as the Clockwork, but that's sort of what Dark Willow wants too, because she's going to drop that Dark Bramble on you, or the Bramble Maze, and make it really hard to run at her and hope that you hit a couple Brambles as that Clockwork. You also can't run around to kick the power cogs like you want to. So it's a bit of an annoying matchup, especially because Underlord's so tanky, so even if you do get to him, it's not a guaranteed kill, especially with someone like Morphling, who can be strong, but I'd say is often just looking to farm through the early game more than anything.
I actually agree. I think the throwing Shade Facet as well makes things like typically favored for Dark Willow in those types of scenarios as well. Like, you just end up taking so much more damage from her early on, and yeah, I like it. I think generally super high damage lane here from the side of Dragon Esports is going to make it a very tough time for Kiritich. He is one of those heroes that, you know, any regen is just like amplified as being really good on Morphling, but the downside is when you're like morphed all the way agi, it just also makes the aura from the Underlord like more potent since it's just percentage based.
That is true. That's kind of why Underlord does fine in this lane, typically. You kind of hurt Morphling more with your passive, and then you pick up a lot of damage too, so you can try to get some denies, especially with the help of a strong support like Dark Willow. So I think you're just getting by now. Again, we highlighted it earlier. It's really watching this Storm Spirit hits his 6, and then also the timing of the Beastmaster, which Antares already dewarded the block on the Ancient Camp because he was looking to stack at the 2-minute mark. That's a very early stack. He's coming over for the 3-minute stack as well. So we often see a lot of stacks for Beastmaster, but he is really, this is as early as you can possibly prioritize stacking.
It's not that uncommon for Antares, I will say. It's one of the reasons he likes his Caudal. He does this a lot. It's something that they did on 9 Pandas because of their offlaner at the time as well was also like really big into heroes like the Beastmaster. So they've got a lot of practice doing stuff like this. Vampire top lane in some trouble trying to run through the Bramble Maze. Does get enough space for the moment, but I think he's going to go down. Well, wait a minute. Egg? He's going to live on... Oh, okay. He'd rather die. One of those scenarios where it's an okay death because he just resets, and it's better than just like sitting in lane with 0 health and 0 mana. But yeah, they get the first blood. Overall win for VP there.
Courier has been killed.
I was wondering if he would try to make his way to like a camp to deny himself, but looks like he favors just the extra time to get right back into it. Oh, I see. It looks like he wanted to fill the mid bottle and then help secure the water rune. So actually that makes tons of sense, right? Wow. If you spent the time walking to a camp and then plus the extra deny time, the death time from dying to a neutral, you would not make it for that play he just went for. So really quick thinking there.
That's actually nuts to have the foresight on that. Like with a split second of decision.
Oh no!
Okay, well now it's backfired just a little bit. So all that time he spends coming into the mid lane to help Squad X's game, it actually cost them a death on Kiritich in the top side.
And now they might get Muxa in the bottom.
Ooh, he's so dang low, and they've got him. So both of the 4 positions rotating to the mid lane to grab these water runes has now cost them a death in their carries.
On the top, we see why throwing shade has gained a lot of popularity, because it just does a whole bunch of damage, and Kiritich got caught off by that burst on the Firestorm plus that level 2 Shadow Realm, whereas for Shadow Fiend, he's just not a mobile hero. So I think maybe they thought Caudle was stacking or somewhere else, but turns out he was there, and yeah, you just can't get away from the boars without the help of Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, he just has Blinding Light to just push things back, right? So it makes it a lot more difficult when you have like a reposition on the Caudle early to just set up for the boar slows. Mid lane, another Chalker comes out. Dual Raise, he's going to be fine. They get the Root Blood Grenade out of Squad X. Vampire nearly takes down the Storm Spirit, but a stick comes in. Ooh, here comes the Thunderbolt. He gets level 6 first, and with this, it's a really easy kill to take down the Storm Spirit, and he's still going. He's looking for more, bonking him over and over, but the Caudle trying to finish the job. Another Blood Grenade, and another kill set up by Vampire on the Dark Willow. Really good stuff here coming out from Dragon Esports early on.
Storm is 6. Storm is also, I think, 1 creep away from having level 6. So this is where that is like the tiniest window to get the kill on Storm Spirit, because as soon as he has 6, he just zips, completely dodges out your roll. But Pango, he did some quick math. He's like, if I swashbuckle in, kill the creep, ult, I got this Storm Spirit. And I think he only gets that with a Thunderbolt. We were discussing the facet choice earlier, but he needed that extra move speed to catch the Storm and then roll around to chain stun to get that kill.
Yeah, typically with regular Rolling Thunder, right, you can't just 360 into a chain stun. You need the roll-up shard, or you have to bounce off of something else because you don't have the turn radius. And that's one of the reasons we see the Thunderbolt facet becoming more popular. It allows you in an open area where you don't have walls to play off of to hit a hero 2 or even 3 times very reliably. Like 2 times guaranteed. The third one is you know, questionable if he gets help, but very good stuff from Dual Raise. And it's, again, he's been on a burner this whole tournament, so I'm happy to see him having a good game here once again.
Storm does still have his 6, so we were talking up a lot of hype. Morphling is
Dude, he lived thanks to that raindrop. If he didn't have a raindrop there, he was dead.
I think he got killed once already by that Shadow Realm. Woo, right at the edge. Storm's first rotation, bottom's coming in. Smoke broken by Mary on the Tusk. She snowballs away to the small camp.
I mean, if Shadowfiend gets out, which it looks like he is, this is a perfectly fine gank, right? We kind of knew that this was coming. The moment Storm hits level 6, he's going to be going to this Keeper of the Light lane. And the Tusk being the only one that dies for the 4-hero rotation. They actually get Power Rune for the mid lane Pango. I think that's a perfectly fine sacrifice. It helps Storm's game out for sure, as we can see him kind of boosting himself in the net worth. But the Shadow Fiend not dying is essential. Like, you cannot have these early deaths at this point.
Ooh,
Nice.
so they want to try.
There.
They wanted to try for him, and I think if that Bramble hits, they would commit. But you need some extra lockdown to make sure he does not just zip away from the ultimate. But if you do get that Bramble, the ultimate will connect, and then you're going to go for that chain stun to try to kill that Storm. All right, I was wondering who the stacks would go to if you'd give it to the Beastmaster or the Storm, but it looks like they want to play around the Storm first, who is rushing an Orchid. So they give him the early stacks to grab that. Beastmaster is not rushing the Aghanims. He is going for the Helm of the Dominator build that's got more popular. So he doesn't need as much farm right away. I think he'll get the next set of stacks, especially the Ancients, which Storm does not really farm all that well.
That's what I was going to say. I'd say a lot of times the hard camp there goes to the Storm Spirit when you have the Coddle, and then you give your Ancients to the Beastmaster. And it looks like they've actually tried to find someone here in that triangle farming those stacks. They're going to miss the Storm Spirit and the Beastmaster. So a little bit of a failed rotation there from Dragon Esports. But they might dive him under the bottom tower. We will see here in a moment as they are bringing some extra heroes. The TPs are coming in, though. That is 3 TPs here to try and punish this Vampire back behind the tower here. Gonna pop the Bedlam, but there's no saving him instead. Dual Rays just has to bail him out. That is a very forced play, it feels like, from Dragon Esports.
Yeah, I don't know, I'm trying to think through it. I guess they want to do something, right? Like, you know, you have the Underlord ult. You want to try to make a play. You know this Beastmaster's trying to hit a strong timing, so if you can get him, then fantastic. Like, him or Storm, and Beastmaster on paper should be easier, but under the tower is just a little bit tough, especially when he can just roar you under the tower to stop you from diving, which is exactly what happened there. And now that we've actually got a counter dive, Squadix having a much easier time with the zip.
He stalls out a lot here to let the Shadow Fiend TP in, and he's going to go for the Requiem. They've actually caught the Morphling on the backside and amplify damage on Dual Rays. Plus, that brand new Diffusal reveal actually buys him a lot of space. Vampire does not manage to get out of this, taken down by that Helm of the Dominator of this Beastmaster, and nice snipe there from Ake as well. But yeah, there we go. Again, Dual Rays. He is the scary man right now with this amplified damage. You got to be very careful. A quick recall, Chakra Magic gives Squad X like 1,000 mana, and he's back to fighting shape. Now, how much is it right now? It's like 600 mana when he does the combo. 225 twice. Yeah. That's not bad.
That's a
quick
lot.
450 mana, plus 10 seconds off his cooldowns.
Yeah, and it'll go up to 600 once he has the last level in it, which he is maxing first just because of the Storm and the Beastmaster, but specifically the Storm. He just wants him to have so much mana. And I mean, watch all the plays we've seen already, right? Storm is involved in like everything going on. He's currently 2-1-2. He's showing up to all these bottom fights, still farming efficiently in the mid lane because he's just getting so much free mana from this Keeper of the Light. That's why it's such a classic combination.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The only downside of that last play is that Kiritich did die, but I like the idea of trying to rotate in, right? We're seeing safe laners do this more often, come through the Twin Gate, show up to these fights, but I think there maybe some miscommunication there because it seemed like the team backed off as he was arriving, which
He's like,
left
"What's
him
up,
alone."
guys?
Yeah, maybe just a slight miscommunication on what was happening there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Muha's in a pretty good spot. He's sitting at 21 souls. He's got decent farm on the Shadow Fiend. A little bit up on the Morphling, which is kind of, you know, expected early on in these lane matchups. But I will say, Virtus Pro once again doing a great job at playing with Squad X's Storm. And a lot of it set up from Antares on this Keeper of the Light, getting a lot of value. And he's going to go ahead and recall the Storm right now into the bottom lane as they're going to look for Infernal. And, well, does he? There he is. Okay. Yeah. Now that Storm is here, they're going to go ahead and actually respond with some big TPs. The Terrorize is going to be able to catch the Storm Spirit. He's trying to get to him on the Rolling Thunder, but he's stuck in the cogs. And Squad X, seemingly an infinite mana pool thanks to the Keeper of the Light, and they have turned their attention on over to Antares. They're tired of his shenanigans. And that will be a quick 2-for-0 response on a good play here from Dragon. Nicely done.
Yeah, VP wanted to go for a kill, but Underlord, just a very tanky hero who, even though Braces dropped off, he did get one. He has Seeds of Serenity, and he's got an Atos, so just a lot of health on that Underlord. Gives a lot of time for his team to respond.
Yeah, I like it.
We're gonna try again in the mid. Okay, never mind. He's too close to the tower.
I see the power rune there. He's like, all right, I gotta get this shield rune. We cannot give this to Pango. The last 2 power runes, at least, have been into the Pango. Maybe all of them. He got a haste and an amplify damage. This one's the shield rune. I don't remember what other rune we've seen, but like Arcane and Regen are still on the board. Those are going to be the last 2, to my knowledge.
Another play already going on. They do catch sight of the Shadow Fiend.
Orca comes out, immediate TP from the Tusk, and there's going to be the Underlord ult as well. They really want to shut this down, but shield rune on the Storm will make that borderline impossible. There's just no way, right? I mean, they're going to try and force out a lot of his mana, but you just have this Coddle to constantly dump Chakra Magics into him. They will get the D-Ward, though. So this ends up being a nice little play from Dragon Esports, but a good response forced from VP. They should get the bottom tower for this.
Yeah, that's the actual result, right? It's easy to see the smoke that goes top and doesn't get a kill, and you just end up retreating, but it brought a lot of heroes, which does open up the map bottom. Morphling picks it up, and Beastmaster in that time finishes his Helm of the Overlord. We'll see what Ancient Creep he gets. You're an Ancient Golem right now. I don't think that's quite the one you want. I think you'd like to have the Black Dragon, if you can find that.
Yeah, Black Dragon typically early is really strong. We're going to see them make a play here onto the Dark Willow. Beast comes out, saves her, and a nice Requiem from Muha as well. Zones off the backside. They're going to look for the Clockwork. They've got him, and the Storm Spirit is the big kill. They isolate him off on this fight. As the Rolling Thunder expires, he's trying to chase this Keeper of the Light. He's got him. Dual Raise off to an amazing start for his Pangolier as Kiritich continuing to kind of push this bottom lane, realizing he cannot show up to that fight.
Like they're looking at Underlord again. Do you have the damage this time?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Definitely.
That Stolen Firestorm did a lot of damage. One of the things that we remember, like, you know, when you pick an Underlord, you don't really want to be playing against a Rubik. Well, Morphling can still bring that damage. That's a tier 2. Okay, I mean, these are really smart movements from VP. Like, they're losing some of the engagements, but they're finding plays on the opposite side of the map regardless.
Yeah, and I actually love seeing Morphlings finish Vlads when you know your team wants to play this momentum, because now Beastmaster doesn't have to build that Vlads. He gets to build other auras. Helm of the Overlord, he's got a pipe queued up, but his creeps, he himself as a universal hero, the rest of your team, right, they'll all get that Vlad's aura. So I think it's a really cool addition when, like, you never would have thought of Morphling in the past. It's like, oh yeah, he's going to contribute to the team auras, right? But after, I can't even remember what, was it like a year ago when Vlad started becoming potentially popular for certain carries to build Vlads? And Morphling is one of the few left who still does it consistently. So it's actually a cool idea to pick him as part of a aura lineup.
Yeah. I feel like Vlad's was an item that was built in every game because the Wraith Pact meta, and then it wasn't built for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Everyone was like, man, this item really sucks without the Wraith Pact upgrade. It was so bad. And it's been getting slight buffs over time to make it, a little bit more appetizing. And I think now people are kind of on board with Vlad's. We see it in a lot of games, but yeah, Morphling is probably one of the single best heroes in the entire game. Not even just in the carry pool, but in the entire game in terms of being able to buy one, because it does everything he wants. It's cheap lifesteal, which this hero always has to have. You build a mask of Morbid Mask on this hero almost every game. And then it's just a little bit extra to get yourself, like, I think the amount of gold, it's about half the amount of gold as a Demon Edge, but for the same value. Like, you literally get a Demon Edge worth of damage, and then, of course, all the auras for, like, half the cost. It's so insane on this hero.
Radiant structures are fortified.
While we were talking about that, they do go ahead and grab a very fast Roche, stealing this from the Beastmaster. They had to give up a lot of map space for it, but it hurts the tempo of Virtus Pro because Storm is just finishing a BKB right now. It's delivered out. You have the Helm of the Overlord on the Beastmaster, who can still enable an early Roche for his team. So if you get that Roche, you stick it on your Storm, who's already making tons of plays, they suddenly feel so confident to just take the entire map. So I think that temporary sacrifice in map space is a really cool idea from Dragon Esports Club.
Yeah, it is actually a really sick play for them to have gone for this. I 100% agree. They're going to actually make a play on the backside. Again, looking for the Tusk. The Terrorize comes out, doesn't connect thanks to the BKB. But the Tusk, he gets a snowball off Muha in the front lines here, looking for the Requiem to try and split the fight. They turn their attention over to Coddle, and they've got him. A 1-for-1 at the moment. Storm Spirit again, no BKB, but the Rolling Thunder catches two onto the backside. You're going to take down the Dark Will, the Roar out for the Beastmaster, but it's only enough for the Morphling to escape. A 2-for-2, but a big win here for Dragon Esports as they get the Storm BKB. They still have Aegis. However, the Morphling here with the Pit of Mala is doing quite a bit of work, but SquadX, you got to be a little bit careful. You do not have the Coddle battery, and you are out of mana, my friend.
I think that makes the Keeper of the Light. Usually, if you just kill a Keeper of the Light early in the fight, a support maybe doesn't feel the best. But in this case, with that Storm, taking out the Keeper of the Light means there's essentially only a window of which Storm can be active before he's just out of mana. Otherwise, with that Keeper of the Light, he can be threatening throughout the entire fight and more after that. So the fact that they kill Keeper early probably removes over 1,000 mana from Storm Spirit over the course of that fight. Yeah. And that just limits his options. So otherwise, I think he probably could push there to take the Aegis off the Shadow Fiend. But like you said, you die in the process because you'd be out of mana, so he's just got to run.
Yeah. Imagine if Storm had a cheese for his mana pool, right? That's what Coddle does in the early game
Keeper
here.
is cheese.
Coddle is an old man, sharing his, medicine with his friends, and like SquadX is the one who's benefiting the most. Like, he's just like, here, have some mana constantly. And yeah, it is nuts, like how much value you get out of the Coddle in these fights. So really good targeting from Dragon Esports, like getting him out of the fight immediately. And yeah, like you said, Storm, he has 1,000 mana to work with instead of like over 2,000, right? Like that's the difference.
What do you think about the Shard that is currently queued up on Underlord? It's not something we see that often.
Dire's structures are fortified.
All right, for the Shard, I think it is a little bit strange, but in terms of the damage output, it is really nice, and I think they are kind of looking to get more damage inside of like the few like roots and stuff that they have. It is just generally really good against Morphling as well, because as he morphs, it just does more damage. So it's one of those few abilities that is really good against Morphling at either end of the morph spectrum, right? So SquadX scouting on the backside, and again, he can just be recalled very easily into this fight, and they're just smoking directly into him. He needs to be careful. He needs to be very careful. They can at least force the BKB if they find him, but he's just going to zip all the way across the jungle here. Out of mana, but then guess what? Entar is there to pick him up, and there's the Arcane Rune. We knew Arcane and Regen, the ones that were coming up, and he
Radiant's
gets the big
middle
one.
tower is under attack.
Dragon Esports was really hoping to find him there because, one, get that rune for yourself, but two, the Aegis is coming to an end. There's 40 seconds left, so you could find a big pickoff on like a hero like Storm. That should enable you to take maybe one more tier 2, maybe even 2, because Shadow Fiend hits building so hard, especially now that he's level 16. He's already got that 15 talent to affect buildings. They're going to try one more time. 20 seconds left on this Aegis.
Morph is not here. This is a really good fight if they can actually find their opening. Storm's going to BKB immediately. The Orchid will stop that Rolling Thunder, but Squadex, got to be careful. This Shadow Fiend hurts. You don't need to worry about BKB if you just do overrolling physical damage, and with a very small commitment, they get the Storm's BKB, and they can just take the tier 2, but now they actually just Fiend Skate onto the bottom side, and they take down the Beastmaster. What a nice ward. And they will just go back into the mid lane and continue where they left off.
That's actually, that's pretty cool. You still get the mid tower because Storm has no BKB. You already forced it out of him. But you actually pick up a free kill off that ward, which looks like Ake should get the D ward. But if he doesn't do this quickly, it might cost him his life as well.
They got the snowball. It's in. He's dead. I mean, these are really quick rotations from Dragon. And it works. Like, the downside right now is that you aren't really like ahead in net worth, but your Shadow Fiend is super farmed. And Underlord is a hero that can still offer a lot in games without a ton of net worth. Like, his kit in general is just very difficult to deal with.
I would say in terms of auras, he's... Ooh, quick pickup by Squadex onto the Vampire there.
From the Willow. She had just used Solar Crest on like a creep to make it 2 more damage, and he was like, "Oh, you don't have a 400 damage barrier for me to deal with now?"
And look at that, already back full mana. They're gonna go for another play right back. They'll never expect a second gank up here.
All right, they are behind here on the touch. Drinking Buddies into the snowball is going to buy him a little bit of space. Walrus Punch as well. Squadex just getting dumped mana into him constantly. They'll take down the Tusk. They're going to look potentially for more Heroes Infernals behind the tower, and he is just dead. Big Requiem will catch 4. The Shadow Fiend nearly gets the Storm Spirit, but it's not enough. And Kiritich, with this BKB reveal here on the Morphling, gets himself all 3 of these kills. But Dual Rays dying is the big problem here. Doesn't get the Rolling Thunder off, just gets caught inside what I think was a Pit of Malice, or did he turn into a Tusk there? I don't remember. Was it just Roar?
I'm not sure the initial catch, but he did get roared, and then an amplified damage Morphling destroyed him before he could do anything.
Damage. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And off of that,
makes a difference.
I never even got to make this point yet. They're going so fast. Oh, there goes the Dark Willow. I was going to say, both of these lineups are so good at taking buildings that you have to be very careful that if you lose a fight near your base, that your base is gone. And that's exactly what we see here. Starting with that zip onto the Dark Willow, following up then on the Underlord into the dive, thanks to the Keeper just being able to slowly pull in all his teammates into this play. They win a big fight by the tier 2. You've got a Beastmaster and a Morphling. It converts all the way into a full set of barracks at 26 minutes.
The largest gold lead we've had this game has been about 1,900, and it's suddenly 8,000. Like, that one fight, 9,000. That one fight has completely thrown this game into chaos here for Dragon Esports, and a lot of it is just the itemization from Virtus Pro. I want to put emphasis here. The BKBs have completely caught them off guard. They knew about Storm's BKB, but the BKB on the Morphling, they were not prepared for. They had absolutely no answer to it. Muha on the Shadow Fiend, yeah, does a lot of damage, but not when a Morphling's like running around BKB'd with, you know, like Solar Crests and all these things dumped on top of him. You can't kill him. And he also finishes up a Daedalus, so you've got huge damage coming out from both of these heroes now.
Morphling actually takes out half this tower before they make it in time. You do have to be careful. Morphling can rat your base. They want to set up for Roche. Unfortunately for them, it's pretty long spawn, so they're going to be waiting here for another minute and a half.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, he's gonna get this easily. They have no way to deal with this. Yeah, they have to come back. They were hoping to find Roshan. It takes way too long. They're looking at the morph. He's gonna be forced to BKB, and a lot of damage there from the Shadow Fiend. Rolling Thunder's gonna catch the Storm. He's gonna be forced to BKB. Now they're looking at the Coddle. He pulls in. Is that Storm again? Oh, it was Clockwork. I'm like, who did he recall there? So recall comes in. They're going to look for the Coddle. Do they have detection? Dual Rays does guess correctly. And Torres will likely be the sacrifice for his team. Terrorize doesn't make it in time. He just TPs to safety. Oh my god, these hurt. These types of escapes are so costly. Because now you have no advantage for the Roche fight.
Yeah, and you have to go retake that position because that was so well maneuvered by VP. They came bottom, forced Dragon Esports to come back, and they took the tier 3 and put in some damage to that melee barracks, forcing Dragon Esports out of that Roche area. Now, it is such a long spawn that actually they have made it back up here to fight for position, so you will have to win another fight if you want to actually take Roche here. And they're just going to repeat it. Look, Morphling's already headed bottom because you have the advantage of the Keeper of the Light recall, so you get to just keep ratting. And it's a lower cooldown than your Underlord ult.
I guess they don't have the...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They don't have the BKBs
You
available.
actually just have to come back again. You're about to lose your base.
I was going to say, they don't have the BKBs available, but Virtus Pro can just go high ground, and there's nothing to stop them. So they will just trade this Roshan for their bottom lane of barracks. 8 comes in, tries to get the Roche, almost does. A very cool play. Dual Rays in with a Rolling Thunder on the bottom side here, trying to save their Underlord. The Crimson Guard is not enough. Muha with a big Requiem will fear off a couple, and they finish off the Beastmaster. Clockwork's going to buy back, but Muha's dead. That's going to be his first life. Storm a little low on mana, but again, he's got some help here in the form of the Coddle. The BKB comes out, and Squad X cuts a big crit. Has to be careful. Will zip himself to safety.
This is fine for VP so long as you make a clean escape at this point, which, yeah, looks like they're good to go. So you do lose the Aegis, but immediately claim it from the enemy. They still have the banner somewhere. Looks like it is still on Shadow Fiend, but you have 2 lanes of barracks, and you have the more mobile team at this point because recall is so much lower cooldown.
Yeah. They're just going to jump in. Orchid onto the Tusk. That's your save, and he's immediately deleted. That's a lot of damage. Muha needs some help. They're going to buy back the Tusk, and then they will go ahead and give that some respect. Turn their attention on over to this Tormentor real quick. Try and get themselves a freebie. It's the Shard on the Vampires. That's quite a good one. The Dark Willow Shard late game is super obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, though I will say that Morphling and Storm happen to be pretty good at dealing with it.
Yeah.
They can just zip and dodge the stun and the brambles that spawn afterwards. So, not as good as another game perhaps, but still nice to have. Unfortunately, you are in a pretty tough spot for Dragon Esports Club. If you can somehow win a fight and make it to the enemy base with that banner you picked up, and as long as Shadow Fiend's alive with his talent, you could potentially equalize the barracks or even threaten to end the game, since there are 2 tier 2s still up on the sides. But getting into that spot is going to be really hard. We've seen how well VP has been playing. They're using these smokes, and it's not a ton of heroes who have to go because you just get to recall in whoever's not there. So it's difficult to see these smokes coming because you're like, you know, that hero's still pushing that lane. It could still be a full team play. I'm not sure. I don't know if we're going to walk out here. And you have both side lanes gone. So they're all pushing into you. You can't just play like top half and deal with top and mid. It's like you have to be on multiple sides of the map. And that's just going to make it easier for VP to eventually find a pickoff. And we've already seen how fast this Morphling and Beastmaster push. There's only 1 lane left.
They did have some vision up here to scout the Storm Spear. They had a ward behind that tower, but there's an Invis Clockwork with a gem. Just giving them all the info in the world right now.
This is so good on Ike's part.
He's like, what's up, guys? We trying to fight or what? And to be honest, he's just going to wait. So he's going to force them back, maybe cancel some TPs. He does. He takes down Vampire. Storm Spirit comes in, grabs the kill. And mid lane, they force back the rest of Dragon Esports.
You know, that actually reminds me earlier. Okay, first to address what's actually happening here. Morphling is constantly threatening the base, and you can always pull Morphling out with a well-timed recall or start a fight somewhere else as they're trying to retreat like they just did there.
Yeah, dual raise is so... Oh, he actually gets the Rolling Thunder off. Very nice. It's going to save the Snowball as well. He comes back out with that Rolling Thunder still going, trying to get some damage out the Fear onto Kiritich here. And the Shadow Fiend just dumping in the damage, but can he hold his ground long enough? It looks like they will both be forced to back away as Tusk ends up getting out of this too. So Virtus Pro don't manage to finish off anybody. A valiant hold at the moment here from Dragon Esports.
I think they might have been able to kill the Morphling, but unfortunately the shards kind of blocked the Pango roll, and I think there was some other junk on the floor at the same time, so those shards just kind of appeared out of nowhere, and the roll bounced off. I think you're still happy on this as VP because you are constantly restricting Dragon Esports back to the base. We've now grown to a 16k lead, which means you just have several items over your opponents. So at some point you will find a favorable fight.
Also,
like, sure, that one
runes.
went even. Yeah, the power as well. Like, technically that was an even fight, but that was also Dragon Esports base, right? So that was an advantageous position for them, and they still can't win that fight. So if you ever try to leave the base and take that fight, right, you're just gonna have an even worse time. Dual Race has to be very careful here.
He's got his team kind of coming in, but yeah, he does. He does have the roll-up shard, so that is super helpful, and a Manta, so he should be able to at least get his spell combo off now. They're going to go ahead and do the Fiend Gate play for the Wisdom Rune, but yeah, no, they did not want to risk it. Just cancel the TP.
That's actually really cool. He just got Clockwork and Underlord to TP back. It's like, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. You guys better TP in. I thought that was like, oh, really quick response by VP. They're going to get a free Underlord kill, but actually, he just got rotations out of them. Give a little space to his team, which maybe doesn't matter because there's a zip going on top.
I don't think he's making out of this one.
I guess it's Storm BKB, but I think that was Arcane Rune going, so it's not that long of a cooldown.
Honestly, I didn't even notice he used the BKB during that, but yeah, you're right. All right, into the mid lane. No more saves from this Tusk. He's been a big part of this game as they go in onto the Shadow Fiend, and a little bit of like tossing him around here. He does have his own BKB to fall back on, and he's working on an MKB. You can't overextend into the base right now, for sure. If you do a like well-timed Requiem, if he manages to get it off, if you don't 100 to 0 him before the BKB comes out, he might be able to turn the fight.
Any more seconds without the Tusk. Morphling is just soloing Underlord. Oh my god.
That's not good.
He was supposed to reduce your damage.
Rolling Thunder comes in. The stun is out. They're onto the Shadow Fiend. He's going to be able to pop the BKB and back away for the moment as Kiritich is trying to chase him. And now he's just going to turn around, dump what damage that he can, but a nice hook shot out from this Clockwork. Going to put a stomp to that, and Morphling takes down the Pangolier. Bedlam will grab the Clockwork, but a 2-for-1, and now Squad X continuing the dive on the tail end of that Arcane Rune. 4-for-1 as the GG comes out, and Muha is going to TP out of the fountain here to try and not die to this Morphling, but very nice game one here from Virtus Pro, all turning the momentum here at that top tier 1 tower, or the top tier 1 Rex.
We saw, I want to give props to both teams, even though I know VP ends up ahead in a pretty strong fashion, I would say, once they did manage to get that top fight you mentioned. But before that and throughout the game, I feel like there were really great plays from both teams. There was a lot of really cool map maneuvers. So, for example, VP constantly smoking around, making use of that recall. And I think that's what started to break the game open for them. Not a lot of teams are playing with Keeper the Light. So they have much more experience around it. And Dragon Esports Club, I think at some point they got caught off guard, right, by the Underlord getting jumped. And then that led to that whole top sequence. And from there, VP did eventually outmaneuver them by constantly sending the Morphling in again with the recall. It's like, oh, it's not a solo Morphling. We could bring heroes there. He could be pulled out. You could waste your time rotating in. And that's what would happen. Underlord ult also tries to use his ult in the same way. It's like, I'm stealing your Wisdom Rune. You guys got to rotate back. You know, like there's a lot of cool ideas. They position for Roche. Get unlucky with the long spawn. I kind of wonder if that was a short spawn, maybe that game looks different, because at that point they'd only lost top racks. It was like 8K, but that's, you know, you can manage that. But by going to that top Roche and then it ends up being long, you ended up losing your bottom rack because Morphin kept ratting it. And ultimately that led to the goal difference that they couldn't overcome in these maneuvers and lost. But maybe you do get the Roche faster. You could win there. But I don't feel like that was an outclass. You know, I think both teams made really good plays, and that's really exciting for just game one of a best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close for a while, and then it kind of just ended up being a kind of snowball for Virtus Pro towards the late game. I do think they played around their BKB timings exceptionally well, and I think this is where, you know, Dragon Esports maybe got caught a little off guard. But sometimes Morphling gets an amplified damage into BKB at the exact same time, and your game falls apart. So some RNG in Dota is always going to be something that you can't really account for, but Virtus Pro, they capitalize on it. They get themselves the win here in game number 1. So we're going to go to a break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2 in this best of 5 grand finals. Virtus Pro versus Dragon Esports Club. Stay tuned. We'll see you in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to CCT Series 4. We are in the best of 5 grand finals between Dragon Esports and Virtus Pro, and VP looking great, man. Starting off the series strong, up 1-0. It was very even for a while, and I got to give credit to Dragon Esports. They started quite well. They did a good job at slowing down the Storm Spirits game. I wonder if we are going to see that hero make it through the draft again, though, because they picked it up fairly early with a Coddle, and it was dominant for the entire game after that.
I think dealing with Storm is one thing. I do think it's the Coddle that really brought it to the next level, and I think that's either what you need to target, either the Keeper, the Light, take it out, perhaps, or we kind of mentioned it's like, oh, you know, Storm looks kind of pivotal here. Maybe you like hard counter it in the lane. Now, Pango did a decent job. He even hit 6 first, got a kill, right? But we just kind of saw that it wasn't really quite enough. Storm still hit a decent timing, had what he needed, plus the help from Coddle that was stacking literally as soon as possible. 2 minutes, he already started making stacks, right? And that it just all came together at too strong of a timing. So I'm possibly open to seeing them let the Coddle through again. If, you know, it's like, okay, they're going to take it again and we let it, and then just go for that hard counter. But I kind of think it's easy to just take out that Keeper, which really it really opened the game for VP. It's what led to all the constant plays, but also the maneuvering around the map, the morphling, split pushing, and going everywhere. It does look like they're going to take out the Storm Spirit, which is the strongest combo with the Keeper that I can think of. But I feel like there are others if you still want to try to run something similar.
There are, for sure. I think it is somewhat of a comfort combination, though, for Virtus Pro. Like, giving the Storm Spirit to Squad X, it's one of his best heroes. But then being able to now have the option to go for this Keeper of the Light, which they, like, Antares is incredibly good at. He's one of the best Coddles in the world. So I think, yeah, it's probably worth just removing the Storm Spirit. And now not only is Squad X going to be on a different hero, but there's a very good chance Antares will also be on a different hero. So the Pango, once again, picked up from Dragon. This time, though, the immediate response of the Puck, which we see as a pretty dominant counter to the Pangolier, but I don't know. I'm not. I don't think it really like wins the lane on Puck. It's mostly just the coil effect eventually on Rolling Thunder, right?
I think so. You do have the option to move this Pango, so I feel like maybe you have to ban a little bit to protect this Puck.
Yeah.
But we also see games where Puck is supposedly countered in the laning stage, does struggle, but then makes a couple moves around the back, and then you're just back to regular old Puck. And if VP plays, you know, remotely similar to game 1, they were making tons of movements. I know that was enabled by the Keeper, but even if you're making less movements than that, but you're still choosing, you know, the right plays to make, then I could definitely see them being able to recover Puck's game if he does get hard countered by someone, you know, move Pango off lane, pick a new mid, like, you know, Sniper, common response. I think that's part of why VP feels comfortable picking the Puck so early, even though they probably also know, you know, you could flex this Pango and we get a rough matchup.
Yeah. I think it might be worth considering a Sniper ban here. It is one of those heroes that is very obnoxious for the Puck to play into in the lane, but also just generally when Sniper has a good start in game, it makes it a lot more difficult for you to execute your strategies. So they actually get rid of the Bristleback as well as the Alchemist, 2 very fast tempo flash farming carries. I like that quite a bit, which does make me kind of believe that this might be an offlane Pango based on these bans. It's not guaranteed, but it does kind of make sense if that's the route. And I think you can just go for a Sniper here once you see what, you know, Virtus Pro's next pick is going to be. Interesting. They get rid of the Nyx Assassin.
I think Alk and Bristle, so they're pretty solid in the meta regardless. But we did see VP was really good about stacking, playing around the Keeper. Yeah. But even if you change Keeper, you can still have a similar playstyle. There's other heroes that enable their teammates. So taking out some of the best heroes at capitalizing on early stacks from potentially Antares again, if he's doing the same thing, possibly a cool approach there. We'll see if that is what VP is going for. For now, it's just a Tusk, which you could put in either lane. So it doesn't reveal too much besides being a strong support, a good save versus the roll, possibly a good save versus the roar as well. Ooh,
this is cool. A little bit of an Uno reverse of last game. They picked Tusk on Dragon Esports in that position and immediately responded with a Beastmaster. So the phase 2 kind of swapping a little bit. But the Muerta pick here is really interesting because this could very easily be your carry, but it is flexible. We see it moved into the 4 position occasionally, and Beastmaster, Muerta does seem like an okay lane, but this does at least allow you to prevent snowball saves in some capacities, because Drinking Buddies will move the hero slightly, but the calling giving you a big AoE silence to play around is not only good against dealing with Puck in general, but the target that you're trying to kill might prevent Tusk from saving them. So we'll see how well they can line that up. I'm a little bit curious. Or if this is just going to be the carry Muerta. I feel like very rarely do we see a Tricore picked right out of the gate, but maybe Dragon Esports has got something cooking.
If you don't respond to it enough, right? Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
I do like the Rubik, though, because his innate gives him magic resistance for free, which is going to be great here versus if this does end up being a carry Muerta. But even support Muerta does a lot of magic damage. So does that Beastmaster. So you'll get a little bit of extra survivability just off of that. But there's also some really solid steals here. So Deadshot and the Calling, great. Beastmaster, Roar, Axes, even stealing the boars, for yourself. You can do a lot with that. Pango roll. So lots of nice stuff. There's still 2 more picks as well. So looking like a good Rubik pick to me. He's also ranged. So if you do want to go for a lot of stacks, he's someone who can do it. Tusk sort of can with the the avalanche, but it's a little costly for him. He's just a fighting walrus. He doesn't have that big of a mana pool. He's not that smart. But he tries his best.
Wow. Okay. So this is a counter of old times. So Drow Ranger is one of historically the best carry counters into the Beastmaster. It's just Drow does not feel like a great hero generally because she farms very slow compared to a lot of the other ranged carries. So I'm a little bit surprised going for the Drow Ranger here as opposed to just something like the Luna. But maybe they really want a double silence. I'm not sure. Like, having 2 silences is kind of nice, but I worry for your carry matchups going forward now because I don't think it's going to be carry Muerta. I feel like it is going to be the 4. And now that you see your carry matchup, maybe you do just go and pick your carry, or do you pick a 5 here that can gap close on top of Drow very easily?
I think for now you pick a 5. You have some flex going into the last pick, so you maybe make them ban something that you don't even care about. So why not, right? Go ahead and pick your strong 5. If you do run carry Muerta, though,
can you just pick like Treant Protector here?
Is he good enough? Open to that. You might want a little bit more guaranteed catch for both Puck and Tusk. You kind of want to jump them first, jump the Drow as well, and you don't want Drow to just be saved by Snowball after, or Puck comes and coils all of you. So getting a little more instant catch besides just the Roar would be good. Wow, we're bringing back some older. This looks like a pub game, man. Yeah, we're not seeing these carries very often, but that is another classic counter to Drow, who hates people getting on top of her. Spectre, just as soon as you have vision, you can just ult straight in. Like if you Roar, then that's probably a dead Drow with Spectre getting in there.
So my immediate thought when I saw the Drow Ranger was that for the carry matchup, you would go Spectre. It is just so impossible to play the game. I didn't think they would pick it now, but I guess they're in the situation of like there is actually no other hero that is like gonna like win the game as easily for Dragon Esports if we can make it through the lane stage. This hero is going to have absolute free farm. Like none of these heroes on Vertivis Pro can actually threaten Spectre at the moment. So the only thing you can do is maybe go for like an Underlord here and try and just completely shut down the Spectre. But they've got 1 more ban left in the pool. They already get rid of the Viper. And I think if you ban the Underlord, your lane is completely free.
Yeah, Spectre as a Haunt used to be such a long cooldown, right? It was more
Yeah.
for team fights. It was a very slow hero, but the new ult is only a 60-second cooldown, I think, right at like level
Yeah,
1,
Shadow
which
Step.
is
Yeah.
crazy. So I would love to see like a Manta Orchid build because it's actually so strong,
Exactly.
not only versus Drow, but you just jump the puck, instantly silence. You find Tusk, instantly silence. Many of you watching have probably seen this in your pub games. It's pretty chaos once Spectre comes online, but you do have to get through the laning stage, like you mentioned. So this should be an offlane pick for VP. I think you just have to go for a really hard counter to the Spectre. I like the idea of the Underlord because he still fits. Like if Beastmaster's trying to push, right? You still bring the auras. You can show up. I'd be up for it.
Get rid of
Primal
Primal
Beast.
Beast. I don't like that ban at all. Like I understand why, because eventually Aghanim Scepter is very good, but it like Primal Beast needs so many items to get to that stage of the game, and I don't think on Dragon Esports you're worried about the game going that late. You have Beastmaster Pango. I think you're way worried about your Spectre like getting crushed in lane, and I think you lose your lane to an Underlord. So I'm a little bit worried. We'll see what happens. But Spectre, in like those types of matchups against like Primal Beast, you just build a Blade Mail. And if he tries to trample you between Dispersion and Blade Mail, he actually just kills himself. So it's just like a freebie counter, actually. It's really bizarre. But we'll see what Virtus Pro do here. Pugna, the last pick for Dragon Esports. Kind of an interesting one. Less, like we were talking about, they needed kind of more maybe secured lockdown. And they go for a hero with no stuns. But tower push.
Yeah, there's a good amount of momentum between the other 4 heroes, which is what you want, right? Spectre wants to Spectre wants to be left alone so you can farm and then you show up to fight. The healing from Pugna will be good with the Pango. I'm sure that won't be confusing at all in this game. The Pango and the Beastmaster will benefit a lot from the extra mana from your Pugna, but there is the Underlord we were expecting. So
this is like top 3 worst matchups in the game for a Spectre. It is an unplayable lane.
Yeah, it's a tough one. We'll see if the Pugna can make the difference. He is very annoying with the constant poke and the blast. I think he's gonna need to make the difference. You don't have to win this lane.
He does.
You don't have to win because you never expect a Spectre to like crush her lane, but you do need to get out of it at a decent rate because we were mentioning like the Orchid build will be really good, or whatever build you end up doing. You want Spectre to be able to have decent impact when she shows up with Shadow Step, and if she's just recovering the whole time, then it never feels that scary when she shows up. You never feel scared as the supports to solo show up somewhere and Spectre just pops in and insta kills you if she's behind because she's been smashed by an Underlord in the laning stage. So maybe they have some kind of plan for this. Muxa has been pretty consistent in his farming speed. He's impressed me there, but Spectre's not a very good hero for that. So, we'll see what he can do with it because this is not going to be an easy lane.
Yeah, I mean, he has to build Blade Mail this game. I don't think there's any way around it. So it's going to just probably be like Blade Mail into Yasha, Manta. Like that is probably just the Spectre build here to try and do his best to sustain. But yeah, I don't know how he gets out of this lane. Pugna is not a strong laner, right? Like you can annoy people with Nether Blast and right clicks, but you're laning against a Rubik who's just going to Fade Bolt you and click you for twice the amount of damage. So I'm not super sold on the 5-position Pugna. You could have gone for something more of like a passive route if you wanted to leave the Underlord in and pick like a healing support. Something like either Oracle, or you could have gone for the Warlock and just sustain. But I think this Spectre is going to get completely crushed in this lane. And that makes the game really hard because I think Spectre has to contribute early. Like as soon as she gets level 6, she needs to start being involved in kills.
Yeah, I might be looking more towards. So we have another Beastmaster. Infernal is a Grandmaster Beastmaster player. He's mode Serral, right? So we've seen a strong performance from him on this Beastmaster before. We'll see if they can give him a good lane. Drow is, you mentioned the counter. She's also not in the best spot, so maybe that's enough that Beastmaster gets through it. You could do some like weird lane shenanigans, though Muerta's not really the best at it. So maybe it's just like a lot of stacks. They will find themselves a first blood onto Antares, though. Or I think they will. He's got
Blood
a little
grenade.
bit more health. Oh, yeah.
They're trying to give it to Muha, and they get it. Okay. So, not a bad start. If he can get a lot of like early value out of this first blood, I can see the Spectre at least surviving the lane, as opposed to getting crushed. You still won't win this lane. You're not going to win against an Underlord. Like, again, like if it gets to a point where Underlord will deny every single creep in the lane until you Spectral Dagger, and Spectral Dagger is an insanely high mana cost. So you don't really see that happen that often. Like you have to go stick, maybe some raindrops here to survive against the Fade Bolts, but
he did buy a Fluffy Hat and a wand recipe though, so he will have a little bit more mana to work with since
he's going Urn.
Both, yeah, he is. So
okay,
both
so he's gonna go
Rubik
the Urn build. All right,
and Underlord will spam a lot of spells, which will help Spectre out. So maybe it kind of goes like maybe she will have enough mana because of that.
Urn is also like one of those one of those cool hero synergy items with Spectre, right? Anytime you ult, you can reliably grab yourself an Urn charge and then use that to sustain. Like this is a hero that in the past would just buy things like Ring of Health or like tons of extra health regen to sustain. But Urn's similar in the fact that like if you die, you get, you know, the option, you get like an Urn charge now guaranteed. But if you are part of a kill, if you have 0 Urn charges, you can use one to just heal yourself and then save the next one for your next gank. And you just keep sustaining that way.
Even if these lanes aren't great, Roar plus Haunt will be, or Shadow Step, it's so hard. I know it's been out for a while. I can't get over it. Roar plus Shadow Step is an immense amount of pressure on any hero. And you'll even have Roll as well, so you could have Roll, Shadow Step, right? You do at least have 2 cores who could set up for the Spectre rotations, even though these supports are maybe not the best at it.
Yeah, I agree. It's for me, the main thing is going to be whether or not he can actually like get enough CS to get his 6 at a decent time. The first blood's going to help a lot, but yeah, at some point the Underlord's just going to be able to just deny in your face constantly, and then it becomes more of an issue of, all right, well, Underlord can just stay here 2v1. The Rubik's going to be rotating, and he can Fiend's Gate if he needs to. So I'm a little bit worried, again, for how that lane will play out, but they at least have some good lane matchups elsewhere.
Yeah, we're seeing them. You already see the deny starting to pick up on the Underlord. And just to put some numbers out for those of you watching, he has 77 base damage, currently like 8 extra from last hits. You know, that'll go up. Spectre is sitting at 56, but then she's going to be affected by the negative damage from the Underlord. So you're already at a 20 damage deficit, and that goes up as creeps die. So it's very difficult for Spectre. Like at this level, right? In pubs, sure, you can outlast hit opponents even with big differences in damage. But these players are good. And like even a 5 damage difference matters to them, let alone 20 or more.
And it just gets worse because we haven't even factored in the Rubik's Fade Bolt. Like, that's why
true, yeah.
Like Rubik Underlord is a classic combo because any hero that relies on right click for damage or for like last hitting doesn't get to play the lane. And Spectre does not, again, have the sustained mana pool to deal with it otherwise. So dual raise mid lane, playing against Squad X quite aggressively. He could potentially threaten the rune here with a swashbuckle. They did manage to take down the Pugna, which was a nice kill topside. As well for Virtus Pro. So they're actually feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it was a lift into an early point in Pit of Malice, not something we see all the time, but he doesn't really need Firestorm to threaten the Spectre because of everything we've been talking about, so he doesn't mind getting this Pit of Malice early. It does mean he has like no mana because it's very expensive. It's why you often don't take Pit of Malice till later, but for a free kill, that's what you save your skill points for.
Yeah. And I really like the salve that he has at the moment because he can trade super aggressively until he's low, and they have almost no like way to secure a kill against him. And then he just pops a salve, resets the lane, and then comes back to just continue to harass and dominate. So cool early salve pickup. Bottom lane, Infernal is doing a lot better in this matchup than I thought. Like, Drow Ranger is still out farming him, but this is one of the reasons we've seen his Beastmaster be so highly contested. Oh, here we are, top lane, making the play here onto the Underlord, and notice we'll just back away, and there it goes. There's the full salve. Yeah.
Actually, Spectre?
That might be a nice stick there. Be able to survive for the moment. Pugna, they can't really deal with because he's such a slippery little guy. Super high base move speed. You have the Spectral Dagger slows. It's going to make it a little bit hard to actually gap close and find the kill on him now, but
Radiant are scanning.
if he gets out of position, you could still potentially find like a lift into Telekinesis. Or a lift into Pit.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright.
Dual Race does find an Invis rune, and he is 6. So is Puck, but she's just going to go for the Puck. And he get a solo kill here. Dead shot? Oh, the silence doesn't
Wait,
quite
did the
line
coil
up.
miss?
Coil missed. It might still be fine, though, because Puck is so annoying to catch. Oh, and then
actually
Charge just
makes
barely
it
misses
out.
the block. He has no mana, too, so even if the cooldowns are available, he would not have been able to use a spell to get out of there. Oh, that was such a good dead shot, but unfortunately, this is why the calling's a little awkward. Not the easiest to use. The silence does not actually connect on the Puck. Oh, Drow falls just before. I think that's like one more auto attack on Inferno would kill him.
Dude, that was such a sick rotation from the Pugna, actually.
Yeah,
like,
you needed
Infernal-
something going for you.
Yeah, Inferno was on the edge of dying there. It would have been very close. But yeah, that quick Blood Grenade Nether Blast sets up a good kill onto the Drow. That was super cool.
Under attack.
Going for the Wisdom Rune Steal, but good TP by Vampire to make sure he secures it. You do not want your supports to fall behind in this game.
You can Drinking Buddies your courier. All right, bro.
I didn't realize
learned
that,
today.
actually. That's pretty useful. Spectre's kind of getting through this lane. He has her urn.
I am shocked, actually.
She's ready to show up. I think the rotation, the first blood helped so much to get through the lane, and then some extra pressure from the Pango coming up. They didn't kill Underlord, we saw. Notice successfully TP out, but it is a bit more space to Spectres. An extra 100, 200 gold. That stuff matters. Boil to get out, it looks like.
They should be able to chase. No, they're going to give it up. Into the mid lane, snowball in. They're going to try and finish off Vampire, and he does. Really nicely done. The orb from Squad X to secure it. The 1-for-1. Yeah, the fact that Underlord did not get as much out of the lane as he would have liked, and again, like you said, kind of partly due to the Pangalier's rotation, but now with Puck coming in, they really want to grab this Spectre. They don't have the damage, dude. She's just 2 points dispersion. She has the urn stick plus the raindrops. Plenty of sustain.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Spectre does have 6 though, so we might see a Shadow Step
about to
rotation
happen.
bottom, and yeah, there it is. The immediate rotation in. She can go back top if she wants, and she will. Does have those 2 urn charges to play with. And now, with the rest of the team,
Maybe shouldn't have
Cheapskate
come
in
back.
from Notice. Hold on, Pangolier. Gonna pump that Rolling Thunder, and yeah, gonna be able to save Muha with this, and with that urn, just gonna continue to slowly bleed down this.
Dire's
Ooh,
top
Underlord
tower
does
is
make it
under
through.
attack.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is exactly what you need to be doing with that Spectre early. And again, if you shut her down in the lane like you're supposed to, she doesn't have her level 6. Your Drow doesn't get ganked there. She probably still dies, but like your Spectre doesn't show up, get a free kill, and then come back to lane and get another free kill.
Yeah, actually, I give a lot of credit here to how this early game is going to Dual Rays. Doing well in the lane versus the Puck. He didn't like shut down the Puck, not that we expected that, but he kept the Puck low enough. He secured the runes. That prevents the Puck from being the one to make these rotations, because although Underlord can win the CS war, it's difficult to finish the kill on Spectre. That's what the Puck rotations would be for, but Puck has been stuck mid or getting extra regen versus Dual Rays is Pango, while Pango has found time to do 1 or 2 rotations. And I feel like that's really helped out Dragon Esports early game.
Yeah, I completely agree, actually. I think that's a really good point. And now with Spectre, like nearly having a Blade Mail complete, she is able to just AFK farm. Like there's no way you're shoving her down in this lane. Like your Puck won't have the damage. And Underlord, yeah, I mean, he can clear wave and whatnot, but the window has been missed on shutting down the Spectre. So they're in a really good spot now on Dragon Esports. 2K ahead. I'm curious what the Pango is going to build, if he goes for the Diffusal again in this game or not.
Going for the Beastmaster bottom. There's the coil. Is there a Fiend's Gate? Okay, here he comes, but it's a little late.
Yeah.
Enough that Rubik might actually die first.
Roar is out, Muha here as well, and here comes Dual Rays again on the Pangolier. Just bounce backs, takes down the Underlord. And that's another one fight here for Dragon Esports, and well, they're feeling so confident already.
You need very clean timings on these ganks for it to work. And that Underlord ult was just like a second late, which sounds like such a nitpicky thing, but when you're dealing with a Nether global response, like the Spectre, and then these teleport rotations to a tower that's pretty nearby, 1 second does make a very big deal. Because of that, you lose your Rubik first. It ends up not really being that great of a rotation for you.
And every single one of these fights is a full reset for the Spectre, right? Like she comes in, gets a kill, gets an earn charge, gets full mana life drained out by the Pugna once the fight is over, and is now on the bottom side of the map just farming a free lane where there is no threat now. So she'll just be able to clear that up a little bit, head back to her top lane, and she's chilling. Blade Mail done, Dread's done. I mean, Radiance I think is fine. It's a little bit greedy. It's really greedy, not a little bit greedy. But I think with how well these team fights are going, and the fact that Infernal is like over halfway to his Helm of the Overlord, your Pango has a Diffusal already. Like your other cores are exceptionally farmed. And Drow is a really slow farming hero. So I think in the matchup, in the vacuum of like, all right, well, Drow's going to need a lot of space to farm. Like, I'll just use it to farm myself. Why not?
I suppose that's true. We'll see how it ends up playing out. I do like the idea of the Manta Orchid a lot still.
They're going to try and force
Chasing Squad X.
I mean, Earn plus the daggers. Blade Mail. Oh, the Blade Mail pop almost kills him. He's going to be able to TP out just at the last moment on the high ground there, but that is... You need to be very careful. Dude, imagine he coiled there as well. Like, he would have just been dead. Like, Squad X actually would have just died from the Blade Mail damage if he actually popped coil.
Smoke into smoke. Squad X finds 2. Coil much faster. Fiend's Gate this time.
Yeah, they will be able to get right on top of the Pangolier. Ooh, he actually had of all runes, was an illusion rune, but not enough to get him out. Really good kills here from Virtus.pro. They get 2, which they definitely needed, and they can turn this into some serious pressure on the mid lane tower. I'm curious if Spectre is going to change her mind soon on this item build.
I think it'll come down to whether she can get another kill or two, or if she gets killed. It's kind of you wouldn't really buy anything, right? You'd be saving 1,000 gold anyways for the Blades of Alacrity, if that's like what you want to go, or like an Orchid component, also like about 1,000 gold. So you can kind of feel it out this next like minute. And if you manage to find a kill, or if you get killed, you're like, okay, that was a little too greedy. Gonna go for something else. That's the classic core hero way.
Pugna being a nuisance bottom will get absolutely punished for this one, trying to just split push by nuking a tower from the trees. Virtus Pro is not gonna let that slide.
Does force the puck rotation, which opens up top.
On
straight onto the Drow.
Nice dead shot. Ike is really tanky on this Tusk, and Vampire drops the calling, just like, I don't know, we gotta get something, right? Rolling Thunder's coming through. He's gonna try and rip through the back line. Drow, however, actually still here. They thought Kiritich had left, and instead, you know, you don't get the Tusk, but you get the target you wanted initially.
I have bunching for you.
Yeah, you're pretty happy with that in the end.
Absolutely. He had a
this is the
TP.
thing.
Like, he could have just left when he, you know, ran up north in the trees. Just did not want to have to pop his TP.
Yeah, I guess not. This is the thing with maybe didn't know the Pango was coming in. If Pango's not there, maybe you can just walk away.
Yeah.
But Mary split pushing bottom, being very annoying, gets killed for it, but it's the puck rotation coming in, right? And
True.
Puck is the key playmaker right now, at least until maybe Tusk picks up a blink or something. Rubik steals a good spell.
Speaking of the Rubik spell, speaking of the Rubik spell, actually secures them a kill onto the Spectre, right? Stealing that taunt, but meanwhile, top lane, Roar, not even Roar. What caught him? Was it literally just the silence dead shot?
Yeah, it actually just finished off the puck. I think, again, the blade mail damage from Spectre getting puck really low. Yeah, he pings it. Actually, 1,000 damage done to the puck. Oh, we can't see that in the thing. Yeah, he actually pings. He did 1,000 damage to puck on the Spectre.
Beastmaster caught off deep into the jungle here. Now, Vampire's walking in to try and contest this. Calling just off the mark, jukes the other way. This fight's not happening anymore. They see the D-ward there, right? Yeah, he does. Okay, good.
I want to say, Muerta as a support is very tricky to pull off. You have to be very good with the skill shots, not just dead shot, but the placing of the calling is very tricky. And so far, he's done a great job. I think there was like one unfortunate calling that didn't quite connect, but I don't think I've seen a dead shot miss.
Man, that is a very early shard from Dual Rays, but it's absolutely essential. But guess what? Rubik steals the Rolling Thunder, and it's going to help set up a kill here onto Dual Rays. Antares will finish the job, but they're looking to just engage on the backside. The Blade Mail doing, again, so much work against this puck as SquadX is trying to just run away, but Spectre can chase you down for days, and they've got him. So going down to the Dispersion and the Urn. On the other side of the fight, you lose the Tusk. So a 2-for-1 as they try and chase for that Pango kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You do end up getting the Pango, but it did just force you in pretty deep into the enemy side of the map, allowing them to respond. This is the tricky thing about playing against the Spectre, right? She can always show up. As you push too far, you walk into a ward, she can pick the backline target, which in this case, she's going for the puck. She is. I mean, she hasn't bought it yet, but she has now officially saved up 3,000 gold, so it looks like it is going to be this Radiance. And it will be strong. This is a pretty decent Radiance timing, all things considered.
It's really good, this game. Like, Puck and Drow Ranger are not, like, super high HP heroes, and the longer that this, you know, Radiant Spectre is sitting in this fight, the better it's going to be. Drow Ranger does get some True Strike from her ultimate, so you don't really get a great use out of the evasion from Radiance, but it is one of those things that Spectre is kind of this hero in a carry role that it's really odd. It's more of like war of attrition in the early game, and then late game she is unkillable, and she will just like burst down any hero during a shadow step. So it's mostly just getting to these item timings. I think for her, like, she's in a pretty good spot. Drow Ranger does have the pike completed, is going to go for the Manta next,
Radiant's
which
courier has
makes
been
sense,
killed.
right?
Yeah, I think so. It's just a generally good item on Drow Ranger, and later if silences do come out, I mean, there's already one silence from the calling.
Very close. Beastmaster and taking Roshan, name a more iconic duo. It was once the Aghanim Scepter build, now it's just the Helm of the Overlord build. You know, it seems like this hero can always just take this Roshan super early. 20 minutes into the game. Gonna go to Infernal, as he is working towards an Aghanim Scepter himself, just 1,500 gold away. Top side of the map, they are gonna find the Drow Ranger. Oh man, Chain's done down. They do get a nice savior for the moment from the Tusk, but the Blade Mail is out. The Urn should finish the job. It does. The Blade Mail damage returning a lot to Puck and Tusk, but they do at least take down that Spectre. Great rotation in here from Virtus Pro to at least find a trade.
And that was pre-Radiance too. So once that Radiance is actually finished, that type of play will be much easier to make, much faster, which means the Spectre should get out next time. Whereas,
Dire's middle tower is
even
under
if you
attack.
buy a Manta, I don't know if that'll really help you versus these kind of like Radiance plays coming in. You'll still get burned.
The Radiance done?
It is now with a gold from
Yeah, it
Radiant's
is.
top
that last
tower
kill.
is under attack.
She had the courier at Secret Shop and
Radiant's top tower
buys
has
it.
fallen.
So yep, there's your Radiance. 21-minute Radiance with the Blade Mail Spectre.
And
Pretty
Urn.
good timings. And Urn. Yeah, especially into an Underlord matchup. You gotta be pretty happy about it if you're the Spectre here. Now, that being said, she's gonna put it to use immediately and run at Squad X here. The orb comes out, takes a decent chunk of damage. There is still a dagger in pursuit that might hit the Spectre. And yeah, I think with this one, Puck blinks down orbs, should be fine.
Rare dead shot miss. Unfortunate. He was like shooting from high ground to low ground. It gets really weird. I think that could have connected, and if it does, it kills Squadix. Spectre would get like 2 auto attacks in the fear time. Quite unfortunate.
Drow is staying up there in net worth. This game fairly even in terms of the net worth. It's the most surprising thing is how farmed Rubik is. Like, compare him to everyone else in this game. The Underlord, yeah, struggling, but this Rubik is so farmed, sitting at 8,500 net worth for the position 4. I feel like this is just classic Antares. Like, this guy's always farming on his supports.
That's true. There's also a lot of good spells that let him farm. For example, he's got axes right now. I saw him with Nether Blast earlier. Just a lot of good farming
Dire's
spells
top
to
tower
take.
is under attack.
Such a good smoke. They're going to walk right into the Drow Ranger, and this is the Ags reveal from Infernal. That is rough. Roar comes out. Great snowball, but did he get silenced? Is that what happened? Why couldn't he pull the Drow in?
I don't know. Sure.
Ike, unfortunate there for him. It's going to cost you both Euros and your triangle control. And
If you're...
how did the Beastmaster get down here? He just TP?
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, looks like it. He's got an Aegis still for 2 minutes. So even if you kill him, he's just coming back. Instead,
They're in with the Rolling
like
Thunder.
it's noticed. Can't go
He-
anywhere, man. Thunderbolt is so annoying, actually. Doing figure eights on him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, much like the infinity symbol he is drawing on the mini-map, that is how long you are stunned for. Yeah, that
You
is why
get a turn
Thunderbolt is
kill.
so good.
Yeah, it just buys so much time for the rest of the team to get there to help out with that kill. You get a Mort to kill in response. You know, you get someone going your way, but yeah, lost your Underlord. Doesn't feel great. Puck is going for Parasma. Feels kind of greedy.
Super aggressive.
But yeah, I guess they do need it, right? You need some extra damage the way this game's going. But I don't know. You might pay the price for it. I guess once you see the Spectre not going for Orchid, you do have time to delay your own dispels like Yule's.
Not the best shard to get there, but you'll take it, I guess.
Yeah, that's one you kind of hope you get later. It's not really useful early. Drow is going for a Silver Edge next, and that break will be very good versus the Spectre. And in the late game, so we do talk about Spectre being the hard counter because you can just drop on top of the Drow. But if you do build a little space, Drow definitely has the damage to kill every hero in this game. It's just the question of, are you given that space or not? Which with like a Beastmaster who I imagine is getting, he's about to finish his own blink. Tango's got the roll, Thunderbolt roll, plus a blink. Right, it's not going to be easy to stay away from the enemy team. Poor Underlord. Usually such a tanky hero, but one roar and he's dead to the Spectre rotation.
Yeah, and it's not going to get easier. Spectre top lane, though, getting threatened here as they make a rotation. And great gust here from the Drow. We'll stop the live train, but a Rolling Thunder now from Dual Rays to put a stop to this. Dead shot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like he's looking for the puck.
Goodness.
Doesn't find him, but almost is. So it's the commitment to kill this Spectre now is heavy, and it's going to be really difficult to actually stop this Spectre from farming now.
Yeah, and although the lane combination we weren't too sure of, in the mid to late game, Pugna healing
nice,
Spectre is actually so valuable because of Dispersion and Blade Mail. You have to do so much damage to yourself as you try to kill this Spectre. So maybe we had the wrong read on it, or maybe they just played it well. I think that first blood did help, but Dragon Esports has made to the point where they're so strong.
They managed to take down Infernal, but the cost is heavy. Your Drow Ranger just bursted on the backside. Now Muha able to get away for the moment as Vampire was doing his best to control them, but a great stolen dead shot holds him in place, and they will burn him down. Dual Rays, however, takes down the puck on the other side of the fight, so ends up being a almost dead even 2 for 2. But I think Virtus Pro trading even right now is probably okay. If the Drow is surviving. But I don't know
At
if
least
it's
she got
enough
the kill
only getting
first.
the Underlord, yeah.
She
That's
killed
true.
the Beastmaster first, so I guess that's something going for you. But yeah, you kind of need the Drow to actually capitalize on any winning fights. Your tower damage without the Drow is not very good. If Roshan was up, you would need the Drow, right? So in that sense, you do need Drow to survive, to actually do something after the fight.
Radiant are scanning.
It is still only a 3K lead. For everything we've been talking
It's
about,
true.
VP
This
has
freaking
been...
Rubik, man.
I guess so, yeah. If Rubik was in line with the other supports, it would be more like a 7-8K lead. So maybe eyes on Rubik. He's building a site. Holy
I was
crap.
gonna say, do you see this, dude? He almost has a scythe. What the heck? Bottom lane,
He's
they
the
find the
true mid
Underlord
laner.
once again. I'm not sure how I feel about the scythe, actually. It is one of those things like, yeah, it does give you more lockdown, I suppose, but...
Yes, it is. The instant initiate chain stun is kind of good to find kills on a Spectre who can always just haunt away, potentially, if she sees anything on the map.
What a good
Maybe
find
kill a
from
Martha
Antares
kill.
there. That was cool. You know what?
What?
It does kind of make it so that the Spectre can never really haunt the Rubik if he's paying attention. Because you can immediately scythe the illusion and it kills it.
That's true. If you got
It
the
is-
fast reactions.
Yeah, and like eventually Spectres always build Aghanim Scepter as well. So it is a way late game for him to stay out of the fight. or like at least stay out of the Spectre's vision. I kind of like it for that idea. He could also go for something like a Dagon as well if he wants to like target illusions specifically that come out from the Spectre late game. But the Scythe does have multi-purpose against a Spectre, I guess, outside of just the initial chains, and you can definitely kill the reality and haunt illusions with it.
Yeah, or maybe you get the real Spectre, but then you chain stun long enough that she can't just go back to her old illusion and get away for free.
Yeah.
We'll see if that comes into play.
Eastern Scout at top here. Both teams kind of smoked up. Urtich, though, with an invis of the Shadow Blade, has a little bit of an advantage. Rolling Thunder's going to come in on the backside. It catches two, sets up for the haunt in. And just like that, Muha is going to get to work, looking for the Rubik first, trying to finish off the Tusk as well. The Roar still available as they've just held this Underlord in place. He's got nowhere to go. The roll of that snowball comes through. Puck, I think, finishes off. Yeah, does manage to finish off one kill there. The Squad X playing at the limit, but there's a roar from the Beastmaster in just a moment. He wants Kiritich. He just needs the vision, but no, gets away off the Shadow Blade. Just barely out of range.
And they jump the Underlord or the Beastmaster, but between his Aghanims heal and then the Pugna standing behind him with two different barriers, I'm pretty sure he was gaining health in that gank. He's looking way tankier than the Underlord, who we usually think of as one of the tankiest off lanes. And it's the Spectre lineup that's taken the first buildings. Yeah, this is a really impressive performance by Dragon Esports.
It's exactly like last game. You lose one fight, the Beastmaster team takes your base immediately, and now we're 10k ahead on Dragon Esports. Like they've been slow, like a little bit ahead the whole time, but here, yeah, it is just going to be an Aghanim Scepter for the Spectre. I think it's just the way to go, honestly. Like it's an overwhelming fight item. It's really difficult to play around. I'm not sure if he's going to go the illusion talents or not. Typically, people just take this dispersion damage at 25 because it's just it's a ridiculous ability. But yeah, I mean, he takes his 350 health talent, which I really want them. You know how for a long time there used to be like gold talents and respawn talents? I feel like health talents are the next thing I want removed from the game.
They are a little boring. Yeah.
They're just like boring, and certain heroes are like viable because they have like a ridiculous health talent at like 10 or 15.
Yeah, like Tusk at 15, he gets 325 extra health.
For some reason. I don't know why. But Squad X goes down. Yep, nice little blink roar out from the Beastmaster.
I think Squad X is wishing he had a health talent right around now.
Yeah. It's crazy that like Tusk at level 20 with his talents and like literally just a Solar Crest has like 3,600 HP or something. Bottom lane, the Infinity Roll coming out once again from Dual Rays, finds themselves another kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, usually I'd say like a Rubik kill is maybe not worth that amount of commitment, but this is a very rich Rubik. And also, this is a Spectre lineup that was supposed to win late game, and we're still in the mid game, and you're this far ahead. You know, I think you're feeling very good about where you're at.
Yeah, I mean, your Crimson Guard to slow this. The banner gets dropped, jumps in immediately on Dual Rays to start doing some harassment damage. But this lane of Eric's is gone as well. There is no defending this. They have a fortification if they want, but I think you're going to need it for your tier 4s. Well, you do have a tier 2 standing top. You could fort this and maybe try and grab the banner and save your melee racks, which looks like Coil comes out onto the Pango. Or not even on the Pango, I'm sorry, just on a Muerta. Did it miss, actually? That Coil missed.
Muerta didn't even die for that either, so... Did you really hit anything?
Just Pugna, sitting on the backside. Blink, roar, once again, onto the Tusk this time. Dead shot from downtown to secure it. Very nice. And
Vector has finished her Ags. So she even used that haunt, maybe to try to kill steal, but also just to see where the rest of the team was, see if they were coming in. But confirms there's nothing, and they're just going to move on to the next set. Though this is where VP is pretty strong. Going into high ground versus an Underlord and a Drow, Fade Bolt spam. This is where it's tough. You could get Ice Sharded or Puck Coiled while you're trying to move up that high ground. So you do have to be careful, but everywhere else on the map, you're feeling really good. Spectre's just going to farm your half of the map. The rest of your heroes will play aggressively. And you'll just keep growing this lead until you either chip down the buildings or find a fight outside the base, or you just have such a massive gold advantage from out farming them that you can just push through these heroes. And for now, I guess you got 2 minutes on Roche, actually. I was going to say, like, oh, maybe you, like, chill a bit, but looks like you just get the Tormentor, and maybe you just go again.
Run! I already did that. Infernal's like, I will slow down for nobody. Scythe is nearly done, too. Yeah. This is a really farm Beastmaster. They're going to another Scythe. They're just picking up Scythe of Ice on Dragon Esports. They're like, yeah, we don't need an Orchid for the puck. Just buy an immediate hard lockdown. What are you gonna do? Scythe done, Beastmaster.
Divas? This is a crazy
Dude, it's
build.
a sick item on this hero. She does a lot of magic damage. Like,
I guess so.
It's a lot of magic, but also Desolate being pure damage, and Shiva's, if I'm not mistaken, is spell amp, right? Not magic amp. So it actually amplifies all the damage coming out from your Desolate and your illusions.
It's kind of wild. Yeah, there's 6 Lotuses up here, guys. Someone stop by this pool.
Plus, there's the whole meme of, like, you cast Shivas and Haunt, and your reality to every single one of your, like, to a bunch of your illusions, just, like,
I've
splashing
never
the
seen
Shivas
that, actually.
around. Have you not
That's
seen
really
that?
funny. No,
it's
I've
pretty
never
cool.
seen that.
Yeah, it, like, guarantees you can hit everyone with the Shiva's Guard at the start of the fight.
Kind of cool. I guess really valuing the extra armor versus the Drow as well.
Yeah, that's okay. I was looking at all these other stupid interactions. That's the real reason. I'm like, yeah, this makes sense, but it really is.
I mean, I'm
the
down
extra
for all
armor.
those other reasons too. For now, they'll just kill the Rubik. We'll see if she actually commits to it. She's, again, I swear every time I check this spec, they're floating 3,000 gold, but
she's almost
just rich enough to
as well.
do so.
That was the Haunt instead of the Shadow Step. Again, just one of those things that, like, picks and choose which ones you want to use. Mid lane, there's going to be the Roar, the Silence out, Infernal pops the BKB, just going to try and chase down Notice. He's going to pop the Feeds Gate, like, get me out of here. Can't survive. There is too much damage from these two. And Squad X will, I guess, settle for the bottom tier 1. Does not feel super good at 37 minutes. They found the Drow. Ooh, she's trying her best. She gets out. The Lincoln Sphere saving her for the moment.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess you kind of need that if you want any chance to move around the map against the Shadow Step, but
Yeah.
it does mean your damage is a little lacking because of that. They actually just jump her in the base.
Yeah. I was going to say, you also have to worry about Sheep Sticks. Dude, that dagger? It's going to be fine. Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well,
There's
this
your
is the
last
strength
horde.
of the Tusk being the save, right, that we talked about earlier, but unfortunately, you're just so behind. Usually you save and you're able to turn the fight. This time you just have to run to your fountain.
It's like, nah, I'm not letting you kill our Granite Golem either. Gonna heal everything.
Please, can we have something?
This Pugna, Mary has played this Pugna exceptionally well. I was a kind of a Pugna hater in the draft. I was like, I don't understand what this hero is gonna do for the lanes. But
We
if
were
you
down
win
that
your
top
lanes
lane.
somehow, dude, yeah, this has absolutely been a great Pugna game like post laning stage.
I do wonder how much that first blood hurt
makes
them,
a
though.
pretty
I'd be
big
really
difference.
curious to see this draft again without the first blood and just immediately getting like 50% more gold than the enemy team.
I feel like it makes a big difference because, like, the Spectre starts the lane with an extra fluffy hat, and then on top of it, like, she ends up getting like early raindrops, wand, and an urn to play to like try and sustain. Where I think is like typically you're gonna be on the back foot fighting for like any net worth that you can get.
Game has stalled out a little bit in these last like 5 or so minutes. VP making sure to always be at the high ground to defend. But it's getting lower and lower.
They find the Drow. The Haunted onto the backside. Can they actually save him? He's trying. Drow inside of the snowball. Gonna go in a kind of a weird spot and now stuck outside of the base while Hurricane Pike on in. They get the silence here onto this Pangolier to try and finish the job. But they don't have the damage. Saved by the Mugna, the Roar. It's still available. They actually just haven't committed enough, and now you lost the Pango. You're onto the Muerta. She's actually stuck in the trees here against the Tusk. There's going to be the Walrus Punch and a kill from the Puck to finish the job.
Spectre actually left that fight after haunting in, and she wasn't very close. That's why the Snowball brought Drow to a weird spot. But then because you jumped the Drow behind the barracks, it took a while for the rest of the team to get out. And this is what VP was waiting for. Their heroes are really good at that point where Drow is finally free to just attack. We see, despite being behind, she does have the damage to kill these heroes. I mean, she's at the top of the net worth, right? Not by a ton, but it shows that Drow can kill you. The hard part should be that her team can't help her because they're poor. But in this case, when you overcommit just a little bit, finally VP gets something going their way. Spectre, what does she just... She joined that fight with like 5,000 gold in the bank. You know, maybe if that was spent, maybe that dive goes a little better. Looks like she has committed to the Shivas. We'll see if this pays off, because I kind of worry. That was a pretty good jump on the Drow, but we see that the actual right-click damage was lacking there.
I'm surprised that the Beastmaster was not ready to follow the roll, because he had the roar up the whole fight, and with this, they get Roshan. They've almost stabilized the entire net worth disadvantage here, down to just 4,000 gold. And now you have
random
Aegis
cancel this blink.
I mean, maybe. You have Aegis and now a Refresher on the Puck, who does have an Aghanim Scepter and is going to be closing in on some serious damage items. And Refresher, Coil, late game, Puck can definitely work a team.
I feel like if VP somehow makes their way back in, I mean, I say like somehow, it's a pretty close game, you know, like being 1.5 racks down is not the end of the world, but it will be still an impressive comeback for the position they were in. And if they do ultimately win, I wonder if like it'll come back to this Spectre build. Like, I feel like if you just got an Orchid, you'd threaten way more solo pickoffs. Like, you wouldn't even need your team. Like, if a support just shows, you would just show up and kill them. And then you would also have more actual damage to kill Drow when the roar or the roll connects, compared to this Shiva's build, which I feel like they have to hit you for this Shiva's build to really pay off. I don't know, maybe I just don't understand it, but I guess we'll see. Here it is. She's got the Shiva, she's got a Refresher queued up, so it's really not the typical right-click damage we see from a Spectre. Maybe Vampire wants that spot.
Maybe, yeah.
Currently just building support stuff, though.
I'm surprised we are just now seeing the Drow Shard, but it is one of those things that, like, this is just... There's so many for them to actually get on top of the Drow, so I kind of understand why I shouldn't prioritize it earlier. It is really good for defending the high ground, though, especially your tier 4s. Like, trying to get to the Drow Ranger as she's, like, sitting behind her throne and, like, hitting you in the middle of the base, like, it's pretty nuts.
I guess she also needed other things first. Because now, if they jump you and you pop your shard, you don't care because your ultimate doesn't break. But at the same time, like, if you had bought the shard earlier, they wouldn't care that your passive doesn't break because you just wouldn't be attacking fast enough, you wouldn't hit hard enough. Like, you didn't have the tools. But now she just bought out a Daedalus because she has the safety of the Aegis. You have to be very careful with jumping her. What is all this stuff getting used? Oh,
He's
it's
just
Ruben.
shadow
I was so
stepping, yeah.
confused. Yeah, I was so confused by the sounds I was hearing.
I did not realize he had pierced the veil.
Very useful steal. Is Antara's gonna pass his Underlord offlane?
I
Pretty
mean,
close.
if it was a different offlaner, maybe, but Underlord at
want
least
him
can
to?
clear waves easily.
Sometimes it's fine. Like sometimes the support scaling is better than the aura offlaners. What else will Rubik get though? You know, he's not your traditional scaling 4.
All right, I will say this. Drow does have her level 25, does have a Mind Breaker, full Daedalus completed. This hero can just start two-shotting some of these heroes on the side of Dragon Esports. Like, specifically the Pango, who has 0 bonus armor. The only thing that can give him armor is like, maybe Solar Crest, right? Well, we'll see. Fight might break down on the backside here. They're going to jump in. The Pugna is caught first. And there it is. The Pango caught from the Drow as well. 2 dead. Coil out. Vampire going to be forced to BKB, pierce the veil, run away back to the base. The Nightfall TP. I mean, Virtus Pro are back, baby. They have waited all game to start finding fights on their terms, but
The dusk is always
it's starting to happen. That was
Really
such a
nice
good
wraparound
smoke.
by VP. Yeah. But I'm really not feeling this Shivas, man. You know, maybe that just wasn't the fight they wanted to take. But since the gold has started to be saved up for that Shivas and since it's been purchased, I'm not sure I'm really seeing
It
its
could have been
value
like an
over the
Abyssal
more
Blade or
traditional
something.
builds. Yeah. I still think Orchid into Bloodthorn is good. Hex is good. The Abyssal would have been good.
Even Butterfly is like even not
I'd
a
be up
bad
for
item
it.
on this hero. But yeah, this is scary. I think Drow having her 25 talent where she has like just 50% chance to proc the marksmanship now is pretty nuts. It just makes this Radiance burn just that much less impactful against her. Like, she's pretty much, you know, she's gonna hit these big damage crits like pretty often.
Yeah, this Drow is very scary at this point. Well, the Shivas only has to pay off once, because at this point in the game with the death timers, you can probably just end the game if you win one significant fight. Drow is still working on her buyback after having used it up earlier when she had the Aegis. So if you can find the Drow kill, you have like a minute or 2 before she finishes farming up buyback. If you can find that Drow kill in that time, probably can just end the game.
You do have the 25 on the puck now as well. So Dream Coil, piercing spell immunity. You have the cooldown talent, level 25 minus 30%, or 30 second cooldown on the Primal Roar. So 30-second cooldown now, right? It's up constantly for the Beastmaster if he ever wants to use it. We are in for the long haul. This game is dead even now at 48 minutes, 18 to 26, but the Drow team for Virtus Pro, it's completely rebounded.
I guess we gotta start thinking about the scaling of other heroes. We've been talking about Spectre and Drow for a long time, but it does seem like we're in for the long haul, which means thinking 60-minute items, thinking about how the supports scale up. You have a Muerta. She built the BKB.
Yeah.
You can maybe start scaling into just another carry. Looks like they are going to find Antares.
Very
No-
nice
no
find.
chance there. Okay, Spectre actually... Okay, she broke the Radiance. She has a Nullifier. Now has that Butterfly you mentioned queued up, which will give her more right-click damage. And they find Kiritich here. They're walking right by him.
An immediate coil, the turnaround. That's a lot of damage. They've got to try and save him with the Pugna, and it's working. Vampire immediately pops the ult, plus the BKB Nullifier out on the backside as they're looking for Notice. A great save here from the Drinking Buddies, but can they deal with this Spectre? Infernal with a double kill, and Drow Ranger just burns. It's all up to Squad X now. He's able to make it out under his BKB. He's going to survive as Ike will go ahead and try and clear off this wave.
All right, it
I don't
took a
think they
while.
can catch the puck. Okay, yeah, he's out.
Took a while, but that Shiva's armor did help with that one-on-one direct fight with the Drow there when Drow popped the break on the Spectre. That's where if you kill Spectre first, your team probably wins that fight, but there we go. Finds Squad. Wow, he's got like 1 health left. Kill to a neutral. That's probably your best play there. It still feels bad. Didn't need the Orchid. Knew he would pick up a Mind Breaker 37 minutes into the game to carry him into the late game with that silence. So it almost kills the puck there. Just insta silence on the auto attack. It ends up being a long Roche spawn, so hopefully they don't wait too long for it. Doesn't seem like they want to anyways. I think they're trying to get the puck buyback.
Yeah, they need to threaten this last lane of barracks. They need to force at least 1 buyback or find out that there is no buyback on the Drow mid lane. Yep, that is the classic Spectre. Just that quick silence from the Mind Breaker into the burst damage. He's dead. He's going to be forced to buy back here on the Tusk as they are going to try and defend this last lane of barracks before the Drow Ranger gets up here. Blink in. Hex. And just baiting for the moment. Lots of Atos. Silence will catch the Muerta. Vampire surviving for the moment. He's actually going to make it out. Rolling Thunder in, but the coil will put a stop to it. Kiritich cleans up the Pangolier as Squad X will try and chase onto the backside. Great Fiend's Gate over from Notice to cancel off the retreat for the 2 supports. Nullifier to catch the Pugna as well. 2 dead. Now for the side of Dragon Esports. Did they get the Mega Creeps? I don't think so.
No, there's actually 2 barracks still alive. There's the top range racks alive at 137 health, and then there's the bottom melee barracks, which there was a pretty big creep wave pushing it, but Underlord's going to make sure to make it in time to save it. You broke the top lane open, but didn't finish the megas, and maybe you'll be forced to buy back. You can find this Beastmaster kill, or maybe Beastmaster's finding kill on you.
That is a huge Drow kill. Kiritich able to get out. Of course, they've got the gem. Still on the Spectre.
They don't. How do they even see her?
They don't?
They have
okay,
a random sentry
Oh, there's
here.
just a random sentry. Wow. All right, well, you're dealing with some Spectre. Did you manage to take down the Beastmaster, and she is 1v4, and she's dead. Where did the rest of the team die?
They were just dead from earlier from that last fight. This play was made, it was meant to just be a pickoff on Drow, but the fast enough rotation with the coil brings everyone in. And, you know, we're wrapping back around. Underlord Firestorm is actually really good versus tanky Spectre.
That's a dieback.
Oh no, this game's getting chaos.
They're going to definitely be able to contest this. Like, Pango's up. This Roche is not fast enough, and they know it. The Fiend's Gate is coming back into the base. They're going to try and buy themselves some time here as Vampire, as well as Dual Rays and Mary. They're going to take the Fiend's Gate to the Twin Gate to the bottom side of the map, and they're going to realize Virtus.pro's given up on this Roche. Well, they're coming back through the gate. Where's the fight? Here
Shot
it
into
is.
the roll in the pit.
Oh my goodness, Squad X. He pops the BKB. A Wind Waker will get him out of the coil as Vampire still stuck here for the moment. The BKB out from Notice. The Firestorm out, the Pit of Malice, the Trap 2, but Squad X gets out for the moment. Mary now in trouble, but does go ahead and force back that Underlord to get him some space, and Squad X should be able to escape. The Roche again starting to fall low, but Drow Rangers coming into the fight, and that's when things are going to get scary here for Dragon Esports. Your Spectre is still dead for 10 seconds. They lose the Pugna. And they should be able to finish the Roche, surely. Well, I say that.
You buy back Pug, now you can fight.
Oh, they get a nice pick off onto the Muerta, and here it is. The buybacks for the Muerta. The Drow Ranger in trouble as they've got him on the roar, and they take him down. The ticking time bomb that was this Spectre rejoining the fight, and now it is all dead for the side of Virtus Pro. The Puck, the only survivor, as they will take the Roshan, they get the refresher, they get the cheese, and Dragon Esports can start just walking down the line here.
That should be it. That was the buybacks committed. You should be able to mega at the least, if not straight up end the game before Underlord can respawn. Are you waiting any cooldowns? I don't think so. This should be it. Unless they mess up and just ignore Drow and she gets the luckiest crits in the world. But I think if you just roar the Drow, that's it.
Yeah,
so just watch Spectre. Just watch Spectre mega them.
Oh, there's the axe kick.
Back.
The break. Can they blow her up in time? The Hex is out. Drow is at least surviving the moment. Pops the beacon. Even the second roar's caught her. And now with this one, it is all over. Dragon Esports will tie up the series 1-1.
All right, for a second there, though.
Radiant's middle tower.
For a second, it looked like they were going to do it. They almost killed that Spectre immediately for the first life. But yeah, I mean, right after you take Roche, you get all those goodies, right? That's why the late game Roches are so strong. Free refresher for the double roars. It was going to be an insane comeback if VP managed to hold that there. But overall, a very impressive game from Dragon Esports Club, which I feel like it comes down to the laning stage, which, you know, it's like an hour ago, but
yeah,
we always knew like the Spectre is a really good counter to the Drow on paper, but you need to get to that point, and it felt like the laning stages where VP, they didn't get stomped, but they didn't win hard enough to slow down that timing. And then after that, it felt like Dragon Esports, you know, they were driving the game for pretty much the 1 hour that it took to eventually close it out.
Man, that last fight, I'm like thinking back about it, I'm pretty sure Tusk pulled the Drow off of her Glacier and like into the fight using drinking buddies instead of just pulling himself to her without dragging her. So I think he might have had the alt cast on, and it pulled Drow into a really weird spot, and then she like hurricane piked her to the tier 4s. Like she could have been sitting at the fountain on the Glacier. So it's like little execution errors like that actually can cost you a game. Now, it would have been an incredible hold if Virtus Pro actually managed to take that final fight inside their base, but those are the types of things where it's like Drow is definitely a positioning-based hero, and if your support accidentally drags you out of position, it makes it really rough. So, really cool fights from Dragon Esports. Really good draft. I think they got more out of the Spectre lane than I think they should have, and that gave them pretty much everything they needed to make it through the mid into late game.
Yeah, and I still kind of have question marks on the Spectre build. It literally won, and I'm still not sure on it. The Radiance into, you know, like the Shivas eventually. It's a really cool idea. I can't help but feel like in the late game, though, she started to find some kills when she finally found a Mindbreaker, and it's just like, wow, silence into kills is really easy. Like, I don't know, man. Orchid, like 30 minutes ago, might have sped that game up, but it did win in the end, you know. So we'll see if you even want to go for that in the next game. This was a pretty different style of play from VP's first game. So yeah. I wonder as we go into game 3, right? Both teams going to think about what the execution, of course, but the draft. It felt like both teams had something going for them in that draft. Like there were some on-paper counters that, you know, maybe the execution didn't quite come out to, but maybe you just won't even go for that same style. You'll end up grabbing something really different. Last time they played really fast around that Keeper of the Light, and it worked a lot better for them in game 1.
Yeah, I agree. Well, this is a fun start to the grand finals, tied 1-1, but we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 3 of Virtus Pro versus Dragon Esports. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are jumping into Game 3 of this Best of 5 Grand Finals in the CCT Series 4. It is Virtus Pro taking on Dragon Esports, and I'm Cryptic, here with ZQuixotics. Having a good time, man. It's been a fun series so far. I'm glad that we get a close one, right? We were talking, I don't want it to be like a stomp 3-0. Virtus Pro was rampaging through this tournament, but finally Dragon Esports show up to get themselves a win here in Game 2, and it looked good, man. Solid draft.
Yeah, we were a little surprised by some stuff, like Drow coming out instead of like Luna, for example. And then we were cool with the Spectre, but it's like, oh, why didn't you ban out Underlord? Well, maybe that's why. They apparently were able to handle it fine. So we see a little bit of a repeat from Game 2 here. They open with the Pango, but this time, instead of going with the Puck, which isn't really a direct counter in the lane, you kind of both get what you want, and then Coil is good versus Pango later, but at the same time there's a period where he's fine. I think Monkey King is a much more direct response in the lane, but you could also flex it around. Could be the carry, could be the position 4 that we don't see as often anymore. I think we are likely to just see this monkey follow the Pango. If it's a mid Pango, it's a mid monkey. If it's an offlane Pango, it's a carry monkey.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I really like the Monkey King response more. Based on the way that they've played this series, I think this is going to be the mid Pango. And Monkey King should have a really good time against it in lane. So I think overall for Virtus Pro, this is a pretty big win. They're going to go ahead and ban out the Beastmaster, the Clockwork. We've seen the same carry bans as well as the Beastmaster, or the Bristleback, with the Alchemist. So the Tusk comes out again here on overall 3rd pick, and it is now up to Dragon Esports to decide what they want to do. So there is no Beastmaster in this game, which seems to have been like the major tempo hero that we've seen in both of the teams' lineups. He has been kind of like the crux that these teams have built around, right? A single roar into a one fight into an early barracks. So now you got to do something different.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what other zoo heroes are available. Visage is in the pool, but some of the better pairings with the Visage that you could double pick right here are already gone. For example, the Tusk, which VP has. And you also want kills, which you'd be laning into potentially Tusk, fairly tanky, and then they counterpick a carry, right? Yep. Maybe not the best. It could end up being Carry Monkey, but he can actually dodge the Soul Assumption, which is a lot of the damage. Maybe not the best. They are going to go back for the Muerta.
I mean, it looked good. They played fine with it. I think as a support into the Tusk, it's fine because it does give you that AoE silence to potentially play around. And the Naga Siren finally squeaking through the draft. It has been banned, but typically in the phase 2 from what we've been seeing. I think where that Beastmaster ban was, as well as the Enigma, I think, was banned later in the draft last time from Virtus Pro. Makes the Naga Siren a viable pick here. So Song here potentially to reset on things like Wukong's command, which is quite nice. If you can get your team outside of the ring and reset the fight, that would be amazing. But overall, super annoying hero to deal with.
Yeah, you need to be careful of the Song setups now too. You could still go back for something like, well, maybe I don't want to see an Enigma, but you could.
It's banned.
And then have like, oh yeah, okay, never mind, it's fine. There are other setups though besides the Enigma. So you still got to be careful. For now, they're going to go for the Shadow Fiend, which we saw some flex from earlier.
It was really good pick. Yeah.
I was going to say, with one more pick here, you're going to reveal something, right? You have to fill either the 4 support position up, and this has to be like a core monkey. Yeah, there you go. So Tusk, Dark Willow, that's your support duo. And then this is carry or mid between these 2 heroes, depending where the matchups are better. So now just an offlane left for VP to take. And for Dragon Esports,
I mean, I really like the Shadow Fiend pick here because there is no Beastmaster, which we've seen as like one of the strongest counters to this hero. I think if you are Dragon Esports, you could do something cheeky and actually take the Drow Ranger yourself, which is not typically a hero that we see in a lot of games, but this is a good one, actually. This is a rare, good Drow Ranger game. You could also go for something like a Medusa, which is probably a safer Drow Ranger, right? Like Shadow Fiend relies a lot on minus armor. I think it's a little bit sketchy into heroes like Monkey King who can build things like a diffusal from the mid lane. But overall, I mean, you have some options in terms of your carry matchups. Oh, okay. They just picked the Morphling.
Good old Morphling. He can dodge a lot of the crowd control available to VP, which is pretty much everything from Dark Willow. You can just waveform away. Ice Shard, you don't care about. Snowball, you can dodge. Monkey King, he ults on top of you. You can waveform away. So really good in terms of survivability here. Naga's a pretty strong position 5 to get you through the lane. Let's see. Doomban makes a lot of sense. Very strong versus Morphling and Pango. Then some other really strong offlaner, I think. In the end, it's kind of okay. I kind of talked about this in previous drafts, but rather than counter Morphling specifically, or like the Spectre in the last game, just out-tempo them and pick up a typical Aura Builder Initiator and just try to play fast with your Shadow Fiend and your Monkey King and end the game before the Morphling comes online. It won't be the easiest because I do think Song is like a pretty good early game tool to disengage out of like bad early game fights. But like Muerta, not necessarily the greatest at stalling out the game either.
Yeah.
I guess you do have a mid or an offlane pick to try to help extend the game for your Morphling to come fully online. But I do think that's the way VP looked really good in game 1, playing such a fast tempo. Feel like you should go for it again here in game 3.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what you can go with, because you do kind of need a little bit of lockdown for the morph. I like the Doomban. It is a hero that I actually think kind of sucks against Morphling in most games, because it is literally like, all right, well, I've doomed you, cool. But in a lot of times, it ends up feeling like, all right, I've doomed you, and then they just walk away. And in this game, you have like Naga Siren or a Pangolier who can allow him to just walk away. So it is, you know, kind of a just in case type of ban. I don't think it's something you're too worried about playing against. They get rid of the Brewmaster, which is not a hero we see all that often, but it would give you some decent team fight to play around, trying to remove one of these heroes from that fight.
It's pretty annoying for Monkey King. It makes me think you're doing Monkey King carry and mid Shadow Fiend. I mean, you'll keep it open till the very last second, but they at least have it in mind. What else? Maybe Primal Beast got banned out last time. He's still available. Maybe you could do Primal Beast. Ooh, maybe you don't want to do Primal Beast anymore.
They're just going to be the offlane Mars. All right. So
it's a good combo with Muerta. You can Deadshot
Yeah.
into it. You can put the Calling in there.
just
Monkey
generally
King.
good team fight.
Yeah, Monkey King and Shadow Fiend will both have a hard time. Well, harder than usual killing a Mars, since he can just like double knock you back, make you mess up your spacing on the raises. So you'll get through it, and then you'll be able to be active while your Morphling farms up.
I'm trying to think what you can do now on this side of Virtus Pro, like where you want to go with your draft in terms of your offlaner. Because there's a lot of offlaners banned right now. All right. They just go back for the Underlord. Again, one of these heroes that does well enough into the Morphling lane. He's good against him at all stages of the game. It's actually quite good against the Naga Siren as well, which is something I hadn't really considered. So this is a good way to actually deal with the Naga Siren lane. If you're Mary here, a lot of times you're going to have to just be playing like off the lane and try and just finding the Dark Willow. But I've been a little underwhelmed from Underlord so far in the series, currently sitting at 0-2 for the hero. So he does not have a great win rate at the moment, but we'll see how it looks in this game.
The lane... So Dragon Esports is actually the one that played this lane last game. The Underlord Dark Willow versus the Morphling, and last time it was Clockwork. And I think that lane went fine for them. They actually got a Morphling kill, caught him off guard a couple times. But so Underlord is an aura builder. He's going to cover that, but he's not really a playmaker. It looks like it is going to be mid Monkey King, so maybe mid Monkey King can be the playmaker you need start things. I think he has to go for that style. He has to beat dual raise Pango in the mid lane, and then just rotate around with Simeon Stride, so that Underlord can connect, the supports are there, get things done, and put the pressure to this Morphling, who, if you do get to the late game, I feel like he'll be able to carry this one.
I agree. I think Pango is finally going to get shut down, and dual raise has been a big part of Dragon Esports' game. I think up to this point, he has won his mid lane matchup every game. And last game, he got active really early on the Pango, and it actually ended up helping them advance through that mid game in kind of just in like a breeze. Like, they didn't really struggle at all when we thought the game was going to be hard for them. And I think this time, having a Monkey King, being able to do that for Virtus Pro and shut down dual raise on the Pango, I think is essential. So I think the mid lane is going to play a massive role here in the first 15 to 20 minutes. We'll see if the supports are going to try and help out the Pango at all here.
Should be able to. Underlord, I don't think will be pressured that hard. Let's say around like 6 minutes is when it starts to matter more for the power runes. Maybe 4 minutes if you want to like get involved in that one. But Underlord should be okay there. So Dark Willow could at least rotate over. And then Shadow Fiend has some early jungling available to him if Tusk wants to come over as well.
30 seconds to battle.
I think that'll come... The laning stage, especially in the bottom lane, the Mars, Muerta versus Tusk, Shadow Fiend, there's a lot of skill shots in that lane. And it might come down to just outplaying your opponents, or maybe you make a slight mistake and you get punished hard for it. You need a lot of clean execution in that bottom lane.
The battle begins.
All right. Just going to be 3, 4 runes for
The
Dragon
outplays
Esport.
already begin.
Okay. For those of you who don't know, 4 runes is unironically a massive advantage going into the lanes. Like, it pretty much is the difference of all of your lanes having an extra, like, 150 like gold in regen over the other team. Like, it makes a huge difference. So we're gonna see how much they can actually push
1K gold
this.
lead.
Yeah, it's like you have a 1K gold lead, but this is like, it ends up being 1,000 gold all in regen is what ends up happening. Like, they just take bad trades because they know they have the regen advantage. So we'll see what ends up happening if they can do something cool with this early on. But yeah, 4 runes. Very rare to actually happen in Dota, but they get it here on Dragon Esports. So kind of cool.
Yeah, nice play by the Mars. Infernal, he ran in last second and speared Kiritich away to get the rune. Despite that, Mary dropping very low. I hope he's got a salve with his money. Doesn't matter, burns down. I think the blood grenade.
Yeah, blood grenade ends up securing the kill. That's wild to me. I mean, this is where the, Underlord quite good against Naga Siren.
He did have a salve, so if he had lived there, then you would full heal up. It would be worth it. You'd see him, kind of see what you see now, right? Like, Antares is half health. Both of them have used up some mana, so you would take an inefficient trade. But if you actually die, that's where it's no longer worth it. And
Bottom tower is under attack.
this is a dieback.
Oh, the mischance! You are kidding me. Antares now might be in trouble himself, does manage to barely survive. All right, the mischance on Naga Siren here, if I'm not mistaken, is like 4% or something, right? 6%.
I don't know how many illusions were still alive or near her. It's 6% per illusion. So it might have been as much as 18% there, but I think there was only 1 illusion alive.
Yeah, I think there was only 1 as well. Bottom lane, they managed to take down the Mars. Very nice kill for the Shadow Fiend. Gets himself, I think, an early soul, since almost all of the carries end up going the lasting presence facet nowadays.
Yeah, that's what he's got. Well, despite that 4 bounty rune we hyped up, and it is good, I swear, but 2 kills going to VP really helps to equalize it. right? Because I mean, usually the laning stage kills aren't that significant, or like they are, but it's an even game, so it's not that bad. But when you're already up with the gold, the fact that you can get those kills is a massive outplay.
Like, no more spells available, no more mana available. Does manage to push them where it's almost completely out of the lane, though. He's going to be forced to salve. The Monkey King lane, though, is where things become problematic. Ooh, mid lane, or top lane, notice falling very low, but will be okay.
And there hasn't been a kill in the mid lane, but Squadix is applying a lot of pressure and doubling up on CS.
He needs boots.
I think they're on the way.
Okay. Imagine if he didn't get quad bountied, right? He would have had boots 30 seconds ago.
That is a good point. Yeah. It's not easy to kill Pango, though, like even with the boots, because he has 2 mobility spells, but you can at least force them out instead of letting him wait for CS. You just kind of like walk at him at the right times. But still, he's got his boots now. He's already winning the CS. It's just going to keep growing that way. Pango is level 4. You just got to get to level 6 in this matchup and try to make some rotations. But this is where Squadix will start putting more attention to denies to try to really delay that 6 timing.
Yep.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Is he fording to shove the mid lane there? Is that what he was doing? I don't know why else you would fort. Okay. Yeah, I mean, CS in all of the lanes is going pretty brutally for Dragon Esports. They're pulling ahead in all of them.
Yeah, I'd say Morphling's lane is okay considering Underlord's got really good damage. Like that one's pretty reasonable, but the other is starting to get outlasted. That lead growing. Gonna be a problem. But it was a little bit expected. Dragon Esports is gonna have to depend on making plays, and
oh, that is a really rough miss on the dead shot because Tusk was not there to save him. That probably would have been a kill onto the Shadow Fiend.
I think so. It's the tough part about playing Muerta. Last game, he was so on point. It's inevitable to eventually miss a couple, but you know that missing that one is particularly painful.
Bottom lane, they do manage to get the job done anyway, so it took them a moment, but they find the kill onto the Shadow Fiend.
It's calibrating that first shot, which is he's getting it down.
Very nice shard block there. Into the snowball. Shadow Fiend comes in, gets silenced, so no raise. And Infernal with a really nice God's Rebuke there to push them back. Tries to get the kill. Does he go for the raise? He does not. Heritage, though, gets him, though. Ah, that's so sick. Wraparound from Mary, dude. What a sick rotation from the Naga Siren.
You're doing very well.
You lost your Morphling, but that's a back-to-back death on the Shadow Fiend and potentially Tuskier as well as the Deluge. Slow him up. Blood Grenade out. You have another Spear. Infernal.
It's Illusion.
It doesn't even need it.
The Illusion's tanking tower shots with the evasion, man.
Huge.
And the mid lane, Squadix playing behind the tower just to really slow down dual raise. He's 1 creep away from level 6 on the Pango. Maybe if you can get 6, you can ult and...
There's no
It's
mana.
just a little bit too late. Oh yeah, good point.
Radiant are scanning.
He used his spells to like clear up the wave, but I mean, this is where things are so scary. Like this mid lane matchup, it's brutal. 17 denies on the Monkey King. As the 7-minute Wisdom Runes are going to spawn, it's a 1-for-1 on these. Neither team making the movements over to try and deny them.
Mary in a little trouble in the mid lane. So roll coming through. This is a pretty good spot for it.
This is a really good roll. You don't have level 6 on your Mars, but he does at least have the spear to pin down the Tusk, and they should be able to get a 1-for-1, but Pangolier is getting absolutely shredded by these Necro minions as well, as just the damage from this... from the Monkey King, who just goes in, boundless strikes. To be fair, he could have just boundless striked from where he was. Didn't really need to leap, but it's okay. Yeah, really good rotation and using that quick early Fiend's Gate from Noticed. And that is just the level difference of the CS in the lanes, right? Your Underlord comes in, he's level 6. Your Mars comes in, he's level 5. You don't have that arena. If you do, potentially a very different fight there, but good stuff from Virtus Pro.
If you're a little higher level, maybe you get the kill. Like, Pango felt he had to go back in to finish up that kill, but that put him in the spot to die.
They're going to get Infernal.
Nice block.
Yeah. He just needs to attack on the Shadow Fiend. He's taking his time, and never mind. He gets out. Well, I say that. Raindrops saving him. There's a big wraparound. Yeah,
saving
here comes Squad X and Antares. He still manages to get to safety. Terrorize, not going to connect. He TPs to safety, and instead they will chase Vampire. I'm surprised. Like, Kiritich, he was a little bit afraid of walking into the calling there, but Tag Team was out from the Tusk. He just needed to hit him once, and he was dead.
Well, in the end, they do still get at least a support kill, and he's going to start hitting that tower pretty hard. It's already down to half health. It's getting reeled in onto the tower.
Wait, I heard a wreck.
Is here.
Okay.
Stolen raises.
That is a very costly death. That is 2 immediately in this bottom lane. And, I mean, with that, your Shadow Fiend loses his entire lead.
So there was a reel-in into the tower, which bought time for the rotation from Morphling, who then just uses the raises to finish off the SF. That was such a nice move. You chain stun this monkey?
Yeah, he
can.
can.
Damage. Morphling's almost here, actually.
Well, he almost could. Instead, just going to look for Antares here on... Well, another good rotation in from this Fiend's Gate. Quickly bring down the Pango, as Mary and Morphling going to be forced to walk away. And they just go back to top on this Underlord. And the Shadow Fiend, they're going to go and just take the tier 1 tower here. Dude, this Underlord is so farmed, actually.
We were talking about the damage effect versus that Morphling. Just helps you outlast hit. Morphling did farm all right, but so does Underlord. And Underlord gets active a lot sooner than Morphling. I say that Morphling did show up to some stuff, which is pretty good, but you do see the difference here. Now a second tower for VP, and that bottom tower is already at half, so if they do want to make their way over, it won't take very long.
I think they have time. I don't think they need to go for it yet. But yeah, I would like to see them make a move for the bottom tower close to that like 18-minute mark so that they can maybe threaten the Tormentor. It's what we love to see out of teams when they have a lead. And I think their team is quite good at contesting the Tormentor.
Same time, they do still have some observers down there from the earlier play, so it might be a good time to just drop in there while you have the vision advantage. I think if you wait for too long, you'll lose those wards. For now, though, they are content to just hold this top half of the map.
They're looking for the Morphling.
Should be okay. Just going to slow down his farm a little bit.
All right, Rolling Thunder in the mid lane here for the Dark Willow as the chain stuns again coming through. Antares saved from the mech though from Noticed and almost gets the Terrorize off, but a great arena from Inferno will trap down the Underlord as well. In comes Tusk. Walrus Punch actually wasted. He hits a creep and Mary's like, hey guys, how do you guys feel about just leaving? Song of the Siren comes out. I'll just leave Virtus Pro. As they walk away, getting 2 kills for free. Beautiful play there from Dragon Esports.
I think Little bit of a misplay. Maybe the TP cooldowns. I didn't see where they were at, but it came in a little bit one after another. If they all show up at the same time, I think you can take that fight, but ends up Dark Willow falls first, then the Underlord, and that's when the other heroes start to show up.
Dire are scanning.
Let's kind of cut the gold lead back in, which VP had been building up a small lead, but pretty much an even game again.
I mean, with the Morphling teetering at the top of the net worth right now, this is very good for Dragon Esports. A lot of times we see like Morphlings can just completely take over games, and this is one of them. There's not a ton of crowd control for this hero. Bottom lane, Infernal trapped here as the Underlord will join his team.
No, it's just unfair.
So, I mean, that's a lot of cooldowns, right? That's Wukong's command committed. They do get, you know, a big kill. Mid lane, dual raise finds a solo kill onto Antares once again with the Rolling Thunder.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's
That's why
bottom
they
tower
do want
is
to try to
under
clean up
attack.
this tower bottom.
They're going to dive for the Wisdom Rune. Look at the Monkey King and the Tusk. They're ready to fight bottom. And they know Vampire's here. They had him. Walrus punches out. There's a snowball. Boundless Strike is there. Blood Grenade as well. They're actually afraid. They saw the TPs coming in. Infernal is here. In comes the Morphling as well. Spear will put him against a tree. They grab their Wisdom Rune and the kill onto the Tusk. Very good response from Dragon.
I think the dive, they really wanted it to happen, but Vampire was standing on the right side of the lane while the Monkey was on the left side of the trees, which that positioning just, it made them wait a little bit too long, and then the rotations come in. Dual
early
raise,
diffusal
no
pickup.
mana.
Yeah, early diffusal on the Monkey King. This is sick.
Forces the rotation from the Muerta, who saves them. But another smoke right away. They really want to get active. This is reminiscent of that game one, just non-stop plays.
You have to put this diffusal to work. If you go for an early diffusal here on the Monkey King, you need to start finding kills. Like,
Dire's
it's
top
really
tower
good
is
against
under
all
attack.
three cores on the side of Dragon Esports. So they really want to threaten this bottom tier 1. It doesn't look like they'll be able to. They actually just back away.
Don't want to dive without more information. The
Yeah.
Rolling Thunder, Song, Arena, there's a lot of spells to counter initiate if you commit to a bad position. So they were hoping for a quicker pickoff by the edge of the tower, which would then enable them to dive further in. But without that, they're not going to go too far. And I think that's a smart call. In theory, with the Monkey King's tree vision, you should have the edge in terms of finding favorable fights. So I don't think they should feel the need to force it too much. At the same time,
Radiant are scanning.
you do have a little bit more pressure to make plays because that Morphling, he's farming up, and you don't want to give him too much time.
Oh, unlucky there. Tusk was trying to hold the rune, and Infernal just walks up and is like, don't mind if I do.
Top. Dragon Esports Club so far dodging out all these plays, which is to their favor. Again, that Morphling's just this ticking time bomb. That Mars with that Invis rune he stole earlier, he's actually down here with the Morphling. And again, that early Vlad's pickup, it's actually really nice with your Mars and your Pango, even like the Muerta later on. So if you could have found someone here, probably get a kill, but noticed actually does just TP out in time. Oh, wait, he's actually twin getting back. Infernal sees this. Oh, it's a fake?
Haha, gotcha.
Some mind games over here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Doesn't mean you're gonna lose this tower though.
Yeah, they actually scan the Roche. That's a pretty smart scan. They actually are sitting there like, where the heck are these guys if they're not coming bottom? But instead, it's going to be the Wukong's command top side, zoning off the back side of the fight. And Vampire will just immediately pop Pierce the Veil, kind of just stuck in a weird spot as the Requiem comes in. Will do quite a bit of damage, but a great arena coming out from Infernal, and that's going to trap the Shadow Fiend in a pretty rough spot. Squad X will finally finish off the Huerta, but here comes Muha on this Morphling. He's got his eyes on Kiritich, and boy, does he do a lot of damage. Has his own tag team to help find these kills. And a Song of the Siren from Mary, once again, to try and just reset. And they can decide if they want to keep fighting, and it looks like they will. Spear on out, Squad X. They actually didn't even see him. He was a tree hiding in plain sight. And now a Yules comes out, will trap the Pangolier in place, a waveform on through, trying to finish off the Tuscan. They get him. Squad X, he's pretty dang strong, going up against the Morphling, and he might be able to finish the job, but in comes Muerta. She's back with a vengeance, and they finish the job. Dragon Esports get 4 kills out of this fight. I think it was like a 4 for 2, or because they got them Muerta early. Did they kill anybody else? I don't think so.
The Mars. Yeah, so it did end up
Yeah.
being a 4 for 2. That was a really close. That was such a long, drawn-out fight, actually. And I think if the silence hadn't prevented Monkey King from using Boundless Strike, because I'm pretty sure he had Jingu stacks on him and a bunch of heroes were there. Pretty sure he gets a full heal, and then he should pick up at least a couple kills. Maybe he even gets away from there, but silence lasting just long enough. Now, they might find Infernal. He's trying to run, but they have so many different ways to slow him down. Oh, Squad X is here as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Definitely a worthwhile gank. Like, anytime you can find someone with these Twin Gates or the Fiend's Gate rotations, it's pretty worth it. I like the Yule's pickup on the Dark Willow. It's not an item we see all that often, right? Because Pavise and Solar Crest have been super popular. But a Yule's actually goes quite the long way here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's an early BKB from the Shadow Fiend. I like it a lot, actually. I feel like that was one thing in the previous matchup of Morph versus Shadow Fiend that we saw, is like there was not a lot of, like, there wasn't like an early BKB, and Morphling just gets a BKB and kills the Shadow Fiend. So this time, once again, it's going to be Kiritich deciding to go for an early BKB pickup.
I think you need to versus Tango, Mars,
Radiant
Oh,
even
yeah,
the
the Mars
Muerta and the Naga Siren. Like, the BKB just allows you to take the fight. Without it, I think there's just too many ways to control you. And he needs to do a lot of damage for his team. Like, Monkey King's in a good spot, but he can't do everything. He needs help. And Underlord's damage is less consistent, like in a team fight, if they're not standing in Firestorm.
Smoking up to the bottom lane here. Roshan is up, and Dragon Esports gonna go ahead and make the attempt for this, but if they make this in time on Virtus Pro, this would be a fantastic BKB reveal here from the Shadow Fiend, as Song of the Siren is available as well. The Roshan falls just in time. Muha stuck inside the Roche pit for a moment. Squad X on the
Arena
backside
breaks
gets
the
his
tree.
tree broke. The Arena will set it up in a snowball to buy him some space, and here comes Kiritich with BKB, trying to just bring down Infernal. He gets him, turns his attention on over to the Pangolier, but the Wukong's command actually does manage to go off onto the backside of the fight, and it does a lot of work here. Oh, no, mind, he died. Okay, Morphling turned into Squad X and just killed him.
If that... So, really good response by the Mars. That was... Okay, step one, Mary, good illusion placement. Sees the illusion get slowed by the Tusk passive, so he activates Deluge. He doesn't know what he's hitting, but he's just hoping he's hitting stuff, and that slow is enough to make sure that they finish the Roche in time. VP still tries to go in, but the quick Mars Arena prevents Monkey King from doing anything. And if Monkey King ult goes down there sooner, it kind of came out at the very end when he had like 200 health. That's too little, right? At that point, you just stand and you kill the Monkey King, which is exactly what happened. But if he starts with that Monkey King ult, they will be able to take that fight, and you pick off a couple of Dragon Esports. Even though they get the Roche, maybe you take the Aegis, or you at least get a couple kills in return. Instead, it's this Morphling with the Aegis, and he's just going to use this to drag the game out. Like, you can make a couple plays, sure, but this is just 5 minutes that you've bought yourself where they can't really do anything to your Morphling. He gets to farm extremely efficiently, and then it's a few minutes more after that while you wait for the next Aegis to spawn. So, just dragging the game out.
Precious bounty.
I do think right now VP I think are stronger still, even into the Aegis, but you need this BKB on the Monkey King so bad, so he can just go in and run at these heroes and not really rely. Oh, I was gonna say rely on his ult, but a great find from Infernal. He's playing in the trees, gets punished, an immediate arena comes out. I mean, that's one of the reasons you see the Mars. It's so good.
Yeah, like the lane can be tough if you're laning versus the Monkey King, but at some point, just being able to cut every tree on the screen pretty much with Arena gives you such a good chance of killing the Monkey King. The stun is so long if you break those trees.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower
They're positioned
has fallen.
decently here.
This is a new Shadow Blade. They don't know this here.
Requiem instantly deletes him. All right, cheeky play from Puritan, but a really nice one. Terrorize comes out to get the morph off for the moment, but there's a lot of damage. Can they finish on Muha? He's still rooted in place, but he finally gets the waveform out. And the Song of the Siren from Mary will bail out the rest of the team. And like you said, yeah, nice Shadow Blade into the Requiem. Pretty much just deletes that Morphling. You're going to lose your Naga Siren and the Aegis. So a really nice play from VP.
Mine is truly
Dire
a blessed
are
life.
scanning.
Like if he had committed, he might have actually been able to kill the Morphling the second time. I think off that first kill, they were thinking about backing off, but they actually had some pretty good control on the Morphling for a while there. Either way, you're still very happy with that. The Shadow Blade reveal is pretty much exactly what you want. You know, maybe you'd want an actual kill, but removing the Aegis when it still had, I don't know, like 2 minutes of time left is very good, along with the support kill, and you'd protect your tier 2, though it's pretty battered. It'll probably fall quickly later.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Instant BKB from Squad X, turns around onto Infernal, boundless strike. He gets his revenge. He is so tired of this Mars. And now looking for Mary, which they should get here. A nice, well, how many times can you evade is what, oh, okay, that was just the Gossamer Cape.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Every dodge is quite good though. It's a good innate this game. Sometimes it's not so much. Looking for more, but now with these creeps here, it's time for the towers. I mean, this is a Shadow Fiend with that 15 talent. We see it time and time again. He will destroy the buildings, just like Morphling can if given the chance. So this is another game where we're at that point. Any big win leads to a lot of objectives.
All right, I like the play overall. They get themselves to tier 2. And this a quick back here, not giving Dragon Esports anything. At least at the moment, as they are smoking their way across. The Dire Scan does connect. They might just yield it onto the high ground. They do. Infernal comes in, but a quick snowball into the Walrus Punch. Infernal, he loses everything. A quick BKB into the Requiem up from Kiritan. He needs to get away from this Morphling. As noticed, surviving through it all at the moment. A nice bit of malice into this Firestorm, but Squad X on the front line. He's taking out the Naga Siren, sitting inside his Wukong's command. Muha needs to be careful. He's losing a lot of mana here. They're out. 2 for 2. Pretty even trade overall.
Yeah, just imagine if that snowball save hadn't come out.
Yeah.
If Mars had managed to cleanly initiate, it was still a really good combo when he got the arena off at the last second. But if he had gotten to start that fight the way he wanted to, it's probably a clean sweep for the Dire there. This stolen Underlord is going to start doing some serious damage. The Firestorm is so powerful.
Yeah. Oh, nice Yule set up, but a counter Yules, and in comes the Underlord once again. Infernal getting caught out. The team responding with numbers every single time this Mars goes in to try and find a pickoff. I love the Underlord response. They don't even hesitate. It's like they see a Yules onto a hero, and Underlord's like, I will be there the moment you come down.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I think it gives a lot of extra value to that Yule's pickup to help enable these types of setups. Maybe they found another.
Ooh, okay, they're going to turn around real quick onto Antares there. Vampire stuck inside of the ice shards. Comes hit. Dude, the damage from Muha just takes down these heroes. And Squad X needs to use the BKB and the shard to try and get away. Dual raise. That ult's about to expire, but he just finishes him off through the BKB. A 3-for-1 and a buyback coming out from the Dark Willow. A massively costly defense here as Song of the Siren finds Kiritich. He has to BKB TP out.
I think all of Monkey King's deaths are to his tree being broken. I don't even know what got him that time. Was it his own snowball that went through? Or what happened there?
I think he got caught off the Rolling Thunder like twice and didn't BKB.
Oh, I swear I saw his tree break.
Maybe
but either
he did.
way, like
Yeah.
finding Monkey King before he can get the Wukongs off and set up that zone control is how you win these fights. And it's not a coincidence. Every single one of these fights that Dragon Esports ends up winning, it's the Monkey King getting chain stunned up before he can drop his abilities. And they come out, but like the ult needs to come out and you have to feel like you have to run. And that's how Monkey King gets the damage in. If you feel like you can stand there and kill the Monkey King first, then the ult doesn't really do that much. Like you get hit a little bit, but you kill him and then the ult is gone.
So I think the Muerta cut his tree with the dead shot is what it was.
That's so good, actually.
Yeah, because I was looking through it, and you're right. He was tree danced, and then into the Rolling Thunder. Muerta was the only other hero nearby, and I think she dead shot his tree. Because it kills the tree you target.
That.
Yeah, it kills the tree you target.
And it's such a long cast range on Deadshot as well. That's actually a really cool response to the Monkey King. I was wondering why they went for Muerta again. I mean, it was generally good, but I hadn't thought about that.
All right, Rolling Thunder, bottom lane. As they don't connect on the Terrorize, they just blow up the Monkey King again. Arena's out from Infernal. BKB not yet popped on the Shadow Feed. The Chain Stuns are holding him down for way too long, and that is going to be too dead. They buy back on the Monkey, but it's too little too late. Snowball through, or waveform through the Snowball as they dodge it out. That's going to be a third kill, and Virtuous Pro in a rough situation as Roshan is up. Dragon Esports will take this with ease, and the dataless timing on Muha here has completely shut down the cores of Virtus Pro.
You've got everything you need. Okay, step one, you clear up all these tier 2s. Right? You maybe even make your way top. I missed when the Tormentor got taken. You might be able to steal the Tormentor. You know, they're pros. They might be keeping track of all these timings. That could be a nice series of events to grow this 7K lead to like 15K if you can take every tower and get the Tormentor. You might still have time to go for high ground at that point just because of how quickly Morphling takes objectives. Looks like for now, though, they've done a quick reset. Had to deal with their lanes after that fight. This is the downside of the Underlord pick, though. I really feel like they don't have an initiator. And so Monkey King is trying to join these fights, and it's never an easy follow-up. Like, oh, you stunned this guy. Let me just ult on top of him and start hitting, right? He's always trying to like scout and start fights with Boundless Strike, and it's leading to these deaths, or at least these cases where he is being jumped before he gets what he wants.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Maybe you don't care about the buildings.
Radiant's middle tower
I don't know if you should just force this high ground, but you can maybe bait it.
I think you can. I mean, you get the mid-tier 2 here. It opens up 2 lanes of barracks. You've got to prevent the... Yeah, the tower's just dead, actually. I didn't realize it was
Vampire
that
just
low.
did that on his own.
I didn't think it was that low.
Oh, I guess
Yeah.
it's from earlier. We talked about this earlier.
They're
It
going
dropped to
top.
like a quarter health left.
They saw the Shadow Fiend on a ward. He goes
He's
in,
invis.
they go for the Rolling Thunder, he immediately BKBs, but Shadow Fiend cannot stand his ground against this Morphling. Did he get bashed? Is there a basher on Pango?
Yeah, he canceled his roll early to go for the swashbuckle, which it's not guaranteed, but it's a very high chance you get a bash with a swashbuckle.
Especially with
And,
Axe.
Yeah, maybe if it hadn't
Oh my
bashed,
God,
he might get out of there.
Well, the TPs pay off. I thought they were going to just steamroll into the base, but they get themselves Shadow Fiend and Dark Willow. As now they can look for the last tier 2 tower top. And with that, I mean, that would be a very valuable second Aegis, all outer towers, and a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah, they're going to start knocking on that high ground. There's a Silver Edge almost done for Morphling, too, so he'll have his own invis tools in a moment.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, man, look at Morphling chunk through that tower. It's going to force the Crimson Guard response. Buy a little bit of time here. It's still falling so quickly, though.
Yeah. Morphling does not really care all that much. So, mid-tier 3 goes down, ranged barracks is down, melee barracks soon to follow. As, again, with all the outer towers down, like, you have to put an end to this quick, but there is still a minute and 45 seconds on this Aegis. I don't know how you stop this. As long as Dragon Esports just don't overextend, they should be fine. They actually see the Shadow Fiend again. He walked through the Watcher. He goes invis, tries to BKB TP out. Does he get the bash?
A casual bash.
Yep, looks like he does. So Shadow Fiend is dead.
That should be it. You just go in here. You still have time with the Aegis as well, but I don't even know how you die with Shadow Fiend gone. I think he was trying to slip by to creep cut, which I can't fault him for, because I kind of think you do need to do something like that to waste time on this Aegis, but unfortunately, you get found. Actually, the rest of your teammates might be found.
Yeah, Wukong's command is down, and it's doing some work here, but they just Song of the Siren and wait this one out exactly like we expected. And oh boy, I don't know how you can survive this. They're just going to dive into the back line looking for these heroes. Morphling quite tanky, but good Walrus Punch, good trap inside of the shards. Muha will just go ahead and waveform to safety. Naga Siren, does she get out? No, great Firestorm there from Notice to find the kill. But Muhan pumps the BKB, 30 seconds left on the Aegis. He's gonna respect this and decide to back away here as the Monkey King hits him with the Boundless Strike. They have a nice Yules here to follow up. The Curse Crown will connect. They got him. That's gonna be the Aegis. The question is, can you kill this guy more than once? They have the Rolling Thunder on the backside. He's gonna go ahead and use it. BKB is not available, but all right, yeah, Pango just deletes the Dark Willow and he will TP to safety instead. They full disengage on Dragon Esports. A very good use of the Aegis. A full lane of barracks, multiple kills, and everything is still available.
At this point, I was going to say you just wait for maybe like a good rune. You just hold the map. They've done a great job of finding some good pickoffs throughout the game. They're going to give the Arcane Rune over to the Pango.
Radiant are scanning.
There's smoke. Squad X comes in. He's going to find Mary. Drops the Wukong's Boundless. All right. Not a bad find. Vampire in a rough spot, but does have the Force Staff to get over the shards. The question is, can you get more with this on Virtus Pro? Because I think they need to.
I'm gonna try. I agree, you need to, because Song is what resets the fight we saw happen in the base. So if you just let Naga respawn, they actually have a window of like 20 seconds that they can fight, and you don't even have Wukongs. You gotta try to find something now, but it's not easy. Especially not without Wukongs. I think this is great. Dragon Esports just holding their high ground, not venturing out too far, knowing that we know you want something, but you're going to have to come invade our high ground against Arena and Roll. Are you feeling brave enough to do that? VP correctly decides, that is not the play, even in a 5v4.
This smoke from Dragons could be the final fight if they manage to, get on top of something like the Shadow Fiend. They could just smoke directly through the mid lane onto the high ground, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. With the Shadow... It was a Shadow Blade, I heard, right?
Yeah, the Silver Edge on Morphling is done.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's just going to open up on this bottom lane of barracks. Tries to just bring down this tier 3 tower.
I like the pump fake of the Shadow Fiend. Maybe you can chain stun it with a surprise Monkey King. Boundless Strike from the trees, but they don't quite see the opportunity. So for now, it's defended, but I mean, that was like 2/3 of the tower down, So you just repeat that one more time in either lane. Both of them are actually down to about 1/3 of their health left. I think they want to wait for Morphling 25, maybe? It's also time for Roche to spawn, so just playing it safe. If you get a pick off and you can take the base, then go ahead. But if not, you'll just eventually hit some stronger timings, get the Roche. At this point, usually I'd say like Wukong, Underlord, like they're usually some of the best pit fighters for Roche, but I don't know, Roll and Arena, Song... it's actually better for Dragon Esports, especially with a 9K lead.
Yeah, as you say, I think the net worth difference is the big issue, because typically, I'd agree with you, right? Like, you have some really good pit fighting heroes, but Rolling Thunder with an Ags and a Basher is a big deal, and Morphling can kill anyone in his BKB duration. Like, as soon as he wants to commit, he just kills the hero. So, we'll see what they can do. Shadow Fiend just trying to farm on the enemy side of the map, cut some waves here. He did get Aviana's Feather, which is a nice pickup for sure, but... Oh man, he's sticking around.
This is scary. Especially because BKB TP is not a guaranteed thing anymore. Well, it hasn't been for a little while, but...
The Nightfall, he's out.
Yeah, fortunately, he's out before the Pango. Pango was checking the bottom half for Shadow Fiend. It's a little lucky in that sense. They will get their Tormentor. Naga never even got Song, or the Shard, actually, which that'd be a nice upgrade to
huge.
Her if you can get it. Never mind, it goes to Infernal. I mean, double stun's not bad either.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a good Shard, for sure.
You're feeling a little salty when you see Muerta support the one with the Shard, though, from earlier.
That's true, right?
All right, VP, we see them just trying to cut waves, avoid. I think they've identified we're not currently winning these direct team fights. So we just have to split push for now, try to make them break up. And unfortunately, it is going to require a Roche sacrifice. They've probably got the same read that while being behind, it's just not doable to go for Roche.
Well, the second Aegis was put to amazing use. It is now time for the third Aegis to come through. And we'll see what they can accomplish with this one. So this is Cheese and Refresher, right?
Yes, and with this, I mean, they're hoping to just end the game off of this next Roshan. You can take it slow. You can just have the Morphling hit buildings. Right? At this point, they're already weakened. You'll get the lane pretty easily, and it's up to VP to engage on you to stop this. Otherwise, Morphling will just keep coming in, poke it, back off, you know, maybe toggle some health around, repeat. And you've got 4 minutes to do so with this Aegis.
They also just picked up some big talents, right? 25 for both the Morphling and the Pangolier. So Morphling just way tankier with the 35 strength and way more often on the Rolling Thunder now that he has the cooldown reduction. So Smokes popped here mid lane. He grabs the Shivas to see who it is, and it's unfortunately Morphling, the hero that you can't really engage on. The Rolling Thunder is going to come in. He's just looking for any sort of opening, and it's going to be noticed. The Underlord has no way out of this one, just constantly ping-pong back and forth. That is 80 seconds left. The Underlord and the backside find a nice Requiem out from Kirtan. He pops the BKB, but he's alone. He's just on the run, and I don't think you're going to get away from a Morphling, my friend. They've got him. Into the skies, drops the raises, but it's not enough. 2 dead. You do have a buyback on this Shadow Fiend, but I don't know if it's going to get you out of this one. On the other side of the fight, it looks like they found Ike as well. Snowball
Double
to buy
ice
him a
shard.
moment. Okay,
Trapping
yeah,
him
they
in
do
for
manage
a
to get
bit.
him. Monkey King's trying to cut the wave.
I mean, you definitely can't engage them directly, but there's enough creeps in the base. I think they even have the banner on someone. I don't know
Yeah,
where
they
it
need to
is.
drop
Mars
this
has
banner
it.
like immediately and save this melee creep.
Radiant's
Oh
middle
my
tower is
god,
under
okay.
attack.
A little bit of a misplay potentially from Dragon Esports. We got some time before the backdoor protection is going to hit in, and they might be able to close this out. Fortification available
There's
for the side of
still
VP.
range
They're going to
groups
buy
alive.
back on the Shadow Fiend. Can they actually take the fight? Your base is falling. Walrus punches out. Shadow Fiend needs the Dream Requiem. There's the fortification. The BKB out for the Morph, but they finally see the Shadow Fiend, and they're going to run for him. That is it. GG comes out, and Dragon Esports will take game number 3.
Are they doing it? Is
They might
Dragon
be doing it.
Esports setting themselves up to win CCT 4?
I mean,
They're
it's starting to
looking
look like
really
it.
good, man. Game 1, I can't even fault them for losing that. You know, like that was
Yeah.
such a well-executed Storm Spirit draft with the Coddle. But in game 2 and now game 3, they're looking good. Their lanes are going, I feel like, better than they're supposed to. And off of that, they're finding a lot of good fights. Their drafts make sense. Things that I didn't even consider, right? Like the dead shot to find the Monkey King has been really good. I think you got to ban this Pango, man. They're playing too well around it.
I was gonna say you can't. There's no way you let the pain go through ever again. This
You
guy
tried
was
twice.
super hard countermatched in the mid lane, and he has now won the he didn't win the lane, but he didn't get crushed like he was supposed to, and he still has an absurd amount of impact once again. So this is just
Pango things.
great drafting, yeah. Or great play all around from Dragon Esports, and Muha on his Morphling has been owning. I want to say, like, from him as well, like, he has played a fantastic series.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what you want from your carry, right? I feel like they've done a good job making space for him. Kind of give him whatever lane you can. It hasn't always been great, like that Spectre lane, right? It wasn't perfect, but they give him enough, and then they go make space, and he's done a great job of capitalizing on that, joining when he needs to, and then eventually reaching that critical mass you want your carry to have, and then you get to just stand behind the carry and let him, carry you where the name comes from. So I think they're really playing well as a team. It's really cool to see this team come together like this. We were saying they've played in some of the seasons before and haven't looked as good. This new group came together. I'm not sure the exact timing. I'll look into it in this break, but I think it's been about a month.
It's been about a month, I think, as well.
It's like it's coming together here, man. They might finally get a big win for themselves if they can take game number 4.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one's going to go. We've got game 4 coming up after the break. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you then.
Are scanning.
Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay. We were working on getting the teams sorted here for game number 4, but we are here, ready to go. Dragon Esports up 2-1 in this grand finals against Virtus Pro. As, man, they've been putting on a good show. I don't know about you, Zach, but I feel like a lot of people expected VP to maybe sweep this, but here we are, Dragon Esports in the lead.
Yeah, if VP wants a chance at still coming back, though, they're going to have to win this one. And it's going to start with the Pango ban. I think this is pretty understandable. It feels like Dual Rays has done just such a good job on the Pango. We always say it could flex, which is why it's a good opener. But so far, it's just been a first pick mid that has performed every time. And they tried to counter it twice, and it's not worked. So they're just going to remove it, which means...
Beastmaster? I mean, we've seen the Clockwork opener again. That's what they start with in game 1. Yeah, I was like, I think you just take the Beastmaster here because it's gonna get removed otherwise, and you get the double pick. So you could go for the Tusk yourself if you wanted it, or you can pick like a strong 4, something like the Dark Willow, or even the Rubik. Like, there's some heroes that we've seen them pair with Beastmaster that have looked really good. Enchantress already banned as well, so you get like one safe ban into a solid pick.
Mode Serral, man. Of course they're going to go for Beastmaster. The
like
Tusk is in the pool too if they want to go for that. I'm now wondering, like, what are they going to go for mid? We've seen Pango 3 times in a row, so you know, what's the new one? That's interesting. That's a lot of respect handed over. But we did see them run Muerta Beastmaster, and it did look pretty good in the lane. So I can understand that. It's also something they've gone back to now. 2 games they've won with, so
I think you get rid of Muerta and the Dark Willow. I think for Dragon Esports, you ban the Alchemist because they've been definitely shutting down the Alch and the Bristleback picks that Virtus Pro would like. And I think you just keep removing those heroes and you give yourself the tempo lineup. They go to Phoenix. Okay.
That's another hero that Dragon Esports has liked, and that you can flex that and you could pick it next so that you don't quite know where it's going. But it could go with the Beastmaster. It'd be fine. Pretty much any hero that can multi-stack is a decent pairing with Beastmaster. You can still run something like Tusk if you do want to grab it, just because Tusk can just creep drag and he can stack some camps, which is really enough for Beastmaster.
I think you take the Tusk. I'm fine with Dark Willow ban and taking Tusk because I think the reason the Tusk has not felt super impactful is because of the Muerta. Wow, they actually banned the Medusa early into the draft as well. So I'm curious what their idea is. Yeah, they take the Tusk. Okay, I think this makes sense because the reason it hasn't felt super strong has really been the Muerta with the silences in these fights, kind of interrupting the Tusk's ability to get stuff done. So yeah, I like this a lot. I think this makes a lot of sense.
I think Snapfire also could have been a good pick, and something we might still see later just because it is very good versus the Clockwork.
True.
You can just farm the power cogs, get heroes out of it, keep your distance from that hero. You don't have to do it, but it would be pretty strong here. We often see Beastmasters played for tempo. Tusk goes that way, and a Snapfire would as well. We are going to see the Gyrocopter, which this could just be the carry Gyrocopter, who typically lanes decently versus the Beastmaster. We are going to go back to the Keeper of the Light that won them game 1, playing off of that. Storm Spirit is available. Actually, it was being banned before. Yeah, you steal a Storm, but then you could be countered pretty hard by the 18th pick.
I mean, there's no Invoker. You could worry about a Puck maybe, but...
Huskar?
Yeah. But like,
well, Huskar doesn't make any sense with Keeper.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it doesn't help the Coddle at all, right? Like, it makes the Coddle pick, like, really awkward. I kind of like the idea of potentially stealing it, or you have to preemptively pick a hero here that can shut down the Shadow Fiend. Maybe you go for, or not the Shadow Fiend, you shut down the Storm Spirit. I was gonna say you could go for something like a Shadow Fiend here on the side of Dragon Esports, because that is the Tusk Shadow Fiend lane that we keep seeing. Or you, okay, I was like, or you pick a mid laner that shuts down a potential Storm pick, and they go for the Puck.
You don't have to get Puck. Or sorry, Storm Spirit. Maybe you can now grab a counter to that Puck like the Sniper, but Sniper Gyro seems awkward. It's also not the best pairing with Coddle. It does clear, like, I
like
don't know.
the
It wins
Snapfire
the
pick
lane
now.
and then it can clear stuff. Yeah, I actually like that too. Pick
Mortimer
Snapfire,
Kiss is
last
super
pick your
value.
carry. Then again, you do know the matchup. Well, yeah, you know the matchup. It's carry Gyro. I guess you could run mid Coddle, but it's not very
It's
good
so
into
not
Puck.
common. Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like if you know your carry matchup, you could potentially pick for that. But I just think Snapfire or another strong support sounds good to me.
You have 3 ways of setting up Mortimer Kisses. I feel like you just have to go for it. It's like Gyrocopter likes to sit back and utilize flak, right? And try and get aggressive in the fights with it. But like if you just roar Mortimer Kiss a hero, they're dead. There's nothing you can do on the supports to really save them outside of getting like 4 staffs, and I don't know.
The only I think of other supports we've seen, like Hoodwink has gained some popularity again, but I don't know. I don't think she loves dealing with the amount of magic damage that's already available, and you can also find her in the trees with Hookshot and Rocket Flare. Swap that order. Rocket Flare into Hookshot. You find the Hoodwink. She can't really get out. Maybe she launches her ult to like jump over.
The Pugna. Man,
Okay.
I was going to say, what if they go back for the Pugna? Which is interesting because they ran it as a 5 position last time. So this would mean your offlane as Beastmaster Tuskus feels a little weak. And they do end up going for the Sniper, like you said. And that's kind of why I don't know if I like the Pugna pick, because this gives you very little ability to actually find kills against the Sniper. Whereas like Mortimer Kiss is not as bad. If you like Puck goes in and coils him, you just drop that ult from long range, you could probably kill the Sniper. So this is going to be a lot more difficult now.
All right, so they're gonna ban the Luna. She'd bring a lot of really quick momentum versus your lineup. Sniper has some good scaling, classic pub experience. Puck, the later the game goes, Puck does have an easier time getting to Sniper. It's often like Sniper wins the lane, Puck can win the game. But also with the Gyro, if you just have those 2 heroes stand at separate parts, then it's difficult to get to both of them, and one of them will be doing crazy damage. Either Sniper, doing Sniper things from the back lines, or you're walking past a Gyro who's going to flat cannon all of you down. So I feel like the longer the game goes, VP is happy with, and that's why they're trying to take out these momentum carries like Luna, and
I think you have to ban Alk now.
yeah, I'd be up for that. I don't think who else. Shadow Fiend, maybe.
Yeah, he's
Maybe
not great
depending
into
who you want as
Sniper
an
either,
offlaner.
though.
Yeah, that's true. But I think if you trust your Beastmaster, Tusk, Puck to get to the Sniper, then that can be fine.
They're just gonna ban Morphling. It's
Wouldn't
like
mind.
you see the Doom Sand King bans. You're gonna ban Morphling, so they pick up Mars, which gives them a good amount of team fight here.
It's not the greatest pairing with Keeper, but the extra mana actually is quite nice, just because your spell combo is so strong, but being a strength hero, you don't have that much mana, so you gotta control it.
Yeah. I was like, do you just go back for Spectre? You need something to deal with this Sniper again, and you did not have an answer, so Spectre doesn't struggle too much into the Mars lane, and here we go. Once again, the Spectre Pugna draft. Kind of cool.
It looks good. It looks good on paper. Since we already saw them play this, they literally played this lane earlier.
Yeah.
So can you do better on VP? Because last time you had the Underlord last pick, which made sense, but it didn't really feel like they capitalized on that
The
counter
first blood
pick.
hurt.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe no first blood this time, or get it for yourself, which they have a pretty solid level 1 fight. They could maybe look for it. Maybe go invade the Beastmaster, something we see a lot, right? You head over there, block the camps. I think they tried that in that earlier game.
Yeah.
Maybe the Dragon Esports, wait. Is it Dragon Esports who was doing that?
I can't remember.
I think it
was. Yeah, Antares blocked the smoke, so yeah, it was Dragon blocking the camps.
Yeah, I think you try a play like that on VP. Even if you don't get the kill, you're at least blocking those camps, which you know Beastmaster wants. And Spectre, right? You slow her down to the lane, but really the way she gets back into it is that after there's a roar, after there's a coil, she's going to go join those fights. So you do need to slow down the Puck and the Beastmaster. Puck, in theory, should be having a bad time versus that sniper. So now it's just Beastmaster. Don't let him have stacks. Don't let him hit those strong timings.
Yeah, I actually really like this Spectre pick again. We'll see what happens. I think for the most part, it should be okay here in this game. It's a definitely better lane against the Mars. If they get a good start again on this Spectre and she gets to a decent timed Radiance, I think you can stall out long enough and Spectre easily wins the late game because it's a super good blade mail. Oh, what a smoke pop from Vampire topside. Actually catches 4 of the heroes and backs away. As you were right, they are doing the exact same thing that we were talking about, is smoking up around the top side to try and block the camps for the Beastmaster. And Tusk knew. Now, he might still die to this. He's actually walking right in and is going to collide with multiple heroes on VP, but... Well, oh, never mind.
30 seconds to battle.
Placed a pretty conservative ward to confirm this was happening. I'm surprised
to see anybody.
I am surprised he still walked to the left, because that's the risk of, like, they end up getting a first blood anyways. They are going to run through. They didn't bring Puck up, though, so... Okay, yeah. I don't know if you want to force that to happen, because I don't think they know Mars broke away from that.
The battle begins.
Okay, they are just going to go 2 for 2 on the runes then. I think if you are Dragon Esports, you have to go D-Ward that Ancient Camp. There's no way that Virtus Pro come top on the 4 heroes there without placing that ward. Now, I don't know if Tusk ever saw them is the problem.
He definitely saw a Caudle, which actually, now that I think about it, is maybe why he went over, because he thought it was just a keeper. But they are going to see this Clockwork, and they surprise him. I don't know. Clockwork's a tough one to kill.
Nah, they want the gyro. They're sitting here on the Hugna. They're going to come in, pop the tag team. The 3 heroes is a lot of damage, but can they finish the job? They do. First blood for Infernal, as Ike now will be forced back to his tower. And with this, a fantastic start here for the side of Dragon Esports. And Spectre, she's going to take a little bit of a beating here. And Ike, he's trying to freeze the wave so that your gyro can get something, but takes a lot of damage himself. Are they just going to try lane?
Maybe
Surely
hoping for one more, but eventually someone goes over. I actually really like this idea, though, because Puck's going to have a bad time. So you need Beastmaster to have a good start. Trying to get him first blood is a great way. And even if Spectre is slowed down right now, she's actually just getting solo XP, which means she'll hit her 6 sooner, which means she could maybe then come back into like the Beastmaster lane or the coil. So it's kind of a cool idea. We'll see if it pays off.
I really like that Spectre invested into an early salve as well, knowing that she's going to take a lot of harassment from the lane. While they're like doing this tri-lane stuff top, and so she doesn't get a ton of CS in the first 2 waves, but she does get that early level 2 like you talked about, some decent experience, and has a salve to fall back on if she needs. Mid lane dual raise might be dead. Does have a fairy fire. Okay, he's gonna live, can bottle up as well. Squad X has taken a lot of tower shots here actually.
I think he was hoping for that kill. I think it'll be okay. He still has 2 tangos, so he'll probably be able to heal up. You can't do that too often without a payoff. I think once is fine.
Oh my goodness, Spectre was not paying attention, got his salve canceled.
Uh-oh.
And
yeah, spear miss.
That's a fortunate miss there for Muha. mid lane, Puck actually doing better than expected.
Getting a decent amount of last hits. I do think it continues to get harder.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Puck, on the Dire, there's the medium and the hard camp that you can line up and farm pretty conveniently. It's not as easy to do on the Radiant, though you'll try to do the same thing. But these are a little easier to invade.
Ooh, top lane. I mean, there's no way to go for this dive under the tower, right? No. Creep wave was not there to tank this initially. They might turn? No, okay. Beastmaster's farming very well top. Despite, you know, losing a couple CS there under his tower, he is 18 and 9. He's having a good time. Ooh. We're going to see the start block into that tag team damage. Is it enough? Vampire might fall first, but Infernal gets the trade, and now looking to try and just stay on top of Ike here. He's got the board to slow him down. Does he have any more axes available? He will not want to dive the tower, but it's going to force Clockwork back quite a bit. He has 17 wand charges on Infernal as well, so he's got plenty of sustain.
Yeah, this is really good for Dragon Esports. Exactly the hero that they need to be doing well. Tusk off that death, not too bad, because it does mean you get to bottle refill for your Puck, who is struggling. So you give a little bit more mana, mainly the spells, right? You'll just try to use spells to secure the range creeps as best you can. I need to find time to do some stacks, not only for the Beastmaster, but Puck with the AoE abilities can quickly clear out stacks to try to recover. I say try to recover, but it's really not that far behind the sniper.
He's spending some money on regen and stuff, but
that's true.
The fact that he is 23 and 3 to 25 and 11, this is a perfectly fine experience for the Puck.
Yeah, the net worth will be behind, but you know, we often see sniper at like 4 to 5k at 10 minutes and Puck's in the 2.5k range. So already well ahead of schedule on the Puck.
I mean, I've seen snipers like 3x the CS in this lane before, right? So you're pretty happy, I think, if you are the Puck here with how this lane has gone. It's a rough lane, but smoke to the mid lane, or not smoke, but a rotation to the mid lane. They're gonna look for Muha bottom.
On a stun.
Oh man, there comes the Clockwork though, and he will get him inside of those cogs. So a very nice kill. Now, while they were rotating to the mid or down here for this, it does allow them to secure the Invis rune for the mid lane of the Puck. We might see him put that to use on a rotation. We'll have to see.
He does have his level 6. So that this would be the start of rotating to get back into the game that we usually see. He's actually just going to really far on mid, though.
As a sniper pretty far forward. They're going to go and TP in on the Coddle, who also fell kind of low in the bottom lane here. But Puck going to go ahead and interrupt that snipe that comes out, but it's going to cost him his own life. Oh, man. Yeah, that's not what you wanted.
Yeah, it's actually better to just let your Tusk die, but he tried to help. I appreciate that from a mid laner, helping their support.
And Sniper actually TP's back for the Wisdom Rune. They're going to find the Clockwork here. He's trying to go for a deny. They get him, though. Infernal secures it. I am kind of surprised there's no jungle stacks here on the top side of the map. Vampire has been all over the place. And Beastmaster has not made any stacks with his own boards. He's just dominating the lane instead.
Yeah, it's hard to leave versus a Clockwork, depending on who your offlaner is. And considering Tusk can only really stack one camp at a time unless he's using Ice Shards, which is kind of a costly way to stack in the early game, they're opting to just stay in the lane, which limits what Gyro can do. And actually now just diving the Gyrocopter.
That's an early roar. Yeah, this is the benefit of this tri-lane to start things off. Infernal has had such a good start. He is 4,200 net worth here at the 8-minute mark. as he finds another kill onto this gyrocopter.
Dire's top tower is
I mean,
under
Bring the
how early is
coil
this
up.
Helm coming out? Is he going Helm or is he going Ags?
Oh, this game he's actually going for the Ags. I guess
Okay.
with the flat cannon and sniper, they can deal with the Helm relatively
Yeah.
easily.
Radiant are scanning.
Speaking of the sniper, he's going to TP top. They want to try and punish the Beastmaster here as Ike comes in as well, and now you definitely have enough damage. Kiritich will be credited the kill. And a really nice play. Now, bottom, they're going to TP down here on Tusk. They're like, all right, well, you know, 2 can play this game. There's going to be the Shadow Step on over. Shards not going to connect, but they do have the Snowball as well as the tag team and Notice. I don't think he's making it out of this one. One more auto attack there from Muha. And, all right, both offlaners go down.
DP's all
They're
through the
bringing
twin
a lot
gate.
of heroes. Yeah, right through the twin gate they go. And with this one, not even fair. Very good rotation from VP and Dragon Esports. No clue that this was happening.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sniper not usually a hero we think of as rotating, but knowing that Puck is just going to spend his time trying to catch up at this point, Sniper first going top to get that Beastmaster, then twin gating over here, starting to put to use that
Radiant's bottom tower
early lead, I would say. Like, even though Puck is doing better than we thought, Sniper is still quite strong right
is
now.
under attack.
Yeah.
So trying to apply that to his side lanes, and I'd say pretty
Radiant's
successful.
bottom tower has
Although it is going to
fallen.
be a tower trade here, thanks to the pushing power of the Pugna and the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, early point Shrapnel is just so good. If you can keep them in the Shrapnel AoE, like, it is a ridiculous amount of damage, and he doesn't really have any trouble keeping them there, right? You have a Clockwork, you've got, you know, the headshots as well. So,
We've got Arena now, too.
that's true, that's true.
25 more seconds for the next Arena. Now I'm just
Notice
going to secure the
grabs.
shield rune.
Yeah, nice rune for him. I think Beastmaster is going to be the hero to watch for sure. Like, he is super farmed, and he's going to have again, like a 13 or 14 minute Aghanim Scepter, so we'll see what he can get done with that. Vampire here on the top side. Great shard block. Whoa.
Wait,
That's sick movement. He's out. He's actually out.
what a play, Vampire. That is sick.
That
We
was
don't
super cool.
often see it happen, but you can cast spells on the Snowball, which lets you do cool plays like that. Usually the main use of that we see is when you get Ags. You like blink Snowball, kick someone back to safety
Yeah.
without exposing yourself. But that's a really cool escape.
Guy's a Tusk gamer for sure.
Dire are scanning.
All right, they have the roar. He's gonna just immediately launch it, and here comes Muha once again. I mean, it's exactly what we saw in game 1, right? The roar into the rotations from the Spectre, a very quick kill onto Kiritich. And with that, Spectre gets her, you know, first set of earn charges. Top lane, though, they're gonna go ahead and try and find themselves a return kill onto Infernal. That being said, the Puck comes in, hits a 3-hero coil, and they've managed to trap the sniper in the center of here. Hookshot comes down. A lot of healing out from Antares, but Infernal, he lives for so damn long. They get 2 kills on the side of Dragon Esports, but they'll find a third, a return kill onto the Pugna from Notice. But that is a big win for Dragon, getting Puck a serious infusion of cash here.
They were a little split up there. The
Radiant's
Clockwork
middle
went to the
tower is under
side,
attack.
and so when Sniper started to kill the Beastmaster, he would have done it if it was just the Beastmaster, but he sees the Pugna coming in, who has level 6, and he realizes, if I keep hitting Pugna, or keep hitting Beastmaster...
Kiritich,
Oh,
Kiritich, you just came back for this. They've got him.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
They
Dragon
are not
Esports.
respecting the rotations of this Spectre at all. The low cooldown ultimate is causing some serious problems.
And they're really putting great use to this Pugna Spectre, which we do not see a lot.
Notice
But-
is so stuck. All right, into the roar. Tag team is out. Walrus Punch connects. He throws the spear, rooted now by the Hawk, and Notice knows this one is over. Gives up another kill to this Beastmaster, and here we are, man, 13 minutes in. Mid lane, Mary in some trouble, but he's got some swift little booties on there, and he just walks away from the Clockwork Coil. Will hold him in place, going for the life drain, almost enough to find the kill, but Clockwork fairly tanky. He's out. Beastmaster Ags is 300 gold, less than that, 200 gold away.
And with barely any stacks, too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple, actually, if he wants to head over, but...
Yeah.
He's gotten all this the honest way. Winning the lane and getting kills.
I think you give your stacks to your Spectre, honestly. I think she just goes there, like, dagger blade mails until she can clear them, because she doesn't need to, like, really be on the map right now. She just haunts in and stuff.
You could. She is pretty slow at doing Ancients, though. Maybe someone else still takes those. Or maybe you got to help her at least a little bit.
It's not
Looks like he wants to do the Radiance build
bad.
again.
Yeah. I think it's fine. I mean, the disassemble and a nullifier later is huge. It prevents the 4-staff plays from, you know, either of these carries, which are almost guaranteed to build a 4-staff. Now, granted, Pike ignores nullifier, but I hear Shadow Step somewhere.
He went top. I think he's just literally here to farm.
He's just here to harass Kiritich.
Got the feeling you, boy. Don't you dare walk up here. I don't know if he got that much out of that, though, to be real. But maybe it's a... Okay, maybe let's 5D chess it. Perhaps he did that. It instantly makes you think, surely she's not just going on me, right? It must be the whole team coming in. Maybe you bait out rotations, and then your team sneaks Roche bottom. As it turns out, it didn't bait any rotations, so maybe if VP comes down here, they can contest this, but it's looking too late.
I mean, you have Ags Beastmaster. He takes Roshan. This is the way the Dota game is played. Beastmaster gets either Helm of the Overlord or Aghanim Scepter and takes Roshan right before the 15 minutes, so it's a Radiant time Rosh. And they put this thing on cooldown so dang fast.
It's actually so rare to see that work nowadays because so many people are used to the ideal Beastmaster, you know, make a bunch of stacks. VP even came in, blocked camp. They're like, he can't get stacks. He can't hit his early Ags time. He can't do that Roche at 15 minutes. But Dragon Esports just showing, you know what? Good old offlaners, just sit in the lane, win the lane, get kills. Get your timings and do Roche anyways.
Puck has a regen rune running. Oh, she sees Notice for a moment. She's going to back away. Now, they do get the mid-tier 1 for this. They do manage to bring in quite a few heroes to secure this. Sniper is still quite farmed. They're going to smoke up. Okay. Who can you find? Flare will give them some vision to play with. They see Vampire here in the river. As Puck goes in, hits a nice silence. The arena, the Spirit does manage to find the Tusk, and they do get the kill pretty dang quickly. In comes the hook shot as well. They've got on top of Mary. Dual Rays will be able to get out here with the Jaunt, but they've lost both of their supports. Great plays here from the side of VP. There's just no way for Infernal to get in this fight.
They find a Roar. They do have Spectre's Shadow Step, but right now VP's just playing as a team, so... Oh, actually, they never cleared this Ancient stack, so they're going to find a triple...
Yeah,
I think a triple stack.
That's quite nice. I mean,
and maybe this top tower.
That blink reveal from Mars really caught them off. And it was really good targeting. He goes for the Tusk, of course, which is the one save that they have really out. I mean, I guess Pugna is like a quote-unquote save, but not as much. Mid lane, they just dive the Sniper. They commit right on top of the Blade Mail is out, and Squad X, he's got no chance of surviving this, is now turning their attention over to Ike. He's going to try and TP. Do they just roar him? They do. No escape. Dragon Esports find themselves some return kills and a mid-tier 1 tower, so they're okay. Back to the top lane for the Spectre.
I feel like he didn't want to roar and he was hoping his Hawk would root, and he's just watching his Hawk slowly fly around in the circle to get to the Clockwork. He's like, fine, I'll do it myself. My team's gonna ping me if I let him get away.
Yeah, it's all right. I think it's one of those things that, like, yeah, if you don't have to roar, it's great, but you don't mind committing it. Because I think after that fight, your team wants to just back away and Well, I guess you still have Coil. You could see them look for something else again.
At the same time, I think they're pretty content with how things are going, right?
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty even game, but again, it's your Spectre, right? And we think Spectre should win in the late game. It's the
They
classic
find
nature of
Sniper
this
again.
hero.
Coil
This is
and
the nature
Spectre
of the
Haunt.
hero that we
Yeah.
expect them to win in the late game. That no matter how farmed Sniper gets, Spectre, okay, did a weird build last time. We'll see if that happens again, but Spectre
Radiant's
will
top
always
tower
be
is
able to
under
get to
attack.
Sniper. And although Gyro is really
Radiant's
strong,
structures are fortified.
I'm not sure. If Sniper is just out of every single fight, I don't think Gyro can do it on his own.
They're looking for the gyro, but they do have some help nearby, so they're not going to try and maybe extend too far. Well, they are going to keep chasing. They have Roar. Beastmaster has a blink. He just jumps in, takes the Coddle out of the fight immediately. Coil onto the backside. I've heard it. There's going to be the call down here from Kiritich. A nice amount of damage coming in from him, as well as the Flak, but Infernal is alive, just still healing up here with this Aghanim Scepter. And here comes Mua. Can he TP out? He does, just barely on the gyro. A massive break here for VP. Otherwise, an absolute disaster if he dies as well.
I know that Spectre is not considered a really strong hero right now, but I'm just going to say it. Shadow Step is way too low cooldown. And this hero is going to get buffed a little bit and become ultra broken. And then Shadow Step is going to go to like 120, 180 second cooldown, something like that. The fact that it's 60 seconds at level 1 is insane to me.
I feel like they'll move it to 80. I feel it'll be like 80, 60, 40 or something is what'll end up being the cooldown on it. Because, yeah, it does feel like early game, the cooldown is absurdly short. And you can just constantly play around the map with it. Granted, it is the only real way that Spectre can find impact in the game early on. So,
It's just so snowbally, I feel like.
yeah.
Like, she's currently 4-2
Blink
and
in.
5 on Spectre, 20 minutes in.
Another Roar, and it's, again, onto Antares' Coddle. Now, in comes Dual Raise. A little bit of healing come out from Mary, but it is going to be canceled. Infernal, though, he's dead. They don't manage to find any kills quite yet on the backside. 3 dead for Dragon Esports. Muha realized, like, this fight, it is over. A massive win from VP. They wipe Dragon Esports pretty much completely.
I feel like
They
they
just-
misread that fight. They must have thought that was just a Coddle on his own, but
They were ready.
yeah, it ended up giving Sniper the perfect fight. All the attention was away from him, and he just ha-ha'd his way through that fight to get... He didn't get all 4 kills, but definitely helped pitch in for all those kills. You need to
Yeah.
find the Sniper first. That's how the last couple fights have been working out for them.
Yeah, that was almost a 4,000 gold swing in that fight, which... pretty rough. Your Gyrocopter and Sniper are now top net worth by a pretty significant margin over some of these other cores. It's really just the Spectre who's having a good time. They'll find Antares again as they continue to put that Shadow Step to good use. How close are we until the Radiance? Because he's having not as good as a game as he did earlier after that, after these last couple team fights.
We say that. It's actually about to be quite similar. He's about to finish the Radiance around 21 minutes again. Blade Mail earn. It's pretty solid. And this time he also has teammates who are doing better than the last time they played Spectre. So I feel like that mid fight was a big slip up and it did give away a lot of gold. But I think if you're more careful and you're sure that you're getting pickoffs as opposed to engaging in a full team fight that Sniper's free in, you should be able to just slowly pick apart VP, constantly getting a Roar Shadow Step on one side, then a Coil Shadow Step on another side, you know, like Tusk Punch Shadow Step on a support, right? You slowly break them apart. That is the kind of fights that Dragon Esports wants, though the Roshan might be an objective that forces a proper 5-on-5, and that's something VP can look for to try to keep this lead going.
They really need the BKB on the Beastmaster. I think that is a huge item for them if they can pick it up here fairly soon. I know he's closing in on it,
Radiant are
but
scanning.
oh, we're gonna hear. Okay, I was gonna say potentially a fight breaking out of the river, but no, they don't. They don't decide to go in. Notice grabs himself an Arcane Rune. Dude, this Antares again is so farmed. How does this keep happening?
Antares things. Again, rushing a Scythe of Ice. He must just like it for Spectre.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy. Super
Early
long
raid.
Roche. Wow.
Radiant's bottom
That will be
yeah.
spawning on
is under
Dire
attack.
side now.
Which actually might work out for Dragon Esports because it feels like VP, they've come down here, they've set up some wards, they're pushing this tier 2. They're going to have a strong hold of this bottom lane, and then, unlucky, it's top Roche. Hopefully they don't literally sit here, because that'll the longer you end up here, the worse it gets. Of course, you don't know this on Dragon Esports, so they're actually going to bring in the Beastmaster. They're going to try to get control of this area again.
Oh, man.
She-
Mary steeping bottom.
Yeah, I mean, you think it could be a bottom Roche, right? The odds are high that it is. So everyone's coming down here, but funny enough, no one needs to.
Yeah. It's going to be a smoke out from VP here. So they're going to try and find an opening. They do have a good ward placed. Question is, will they find the vision they're looking for? Puck would be an amazing find that comes in. The blink fuels the snowball will prevent him from hitting that spear. Vampire in some trouble here. But here comes the roar on the backside. They're just right on top of the sniper. And they've got Kiritich as well. Both cores in trouble. Forced to have to get him some space, but can Muha chase him? He absolutely can. The missile's going to be cleaned up. Notice now cleaned up by Dual Rays as well. And he's on the run on this Coddle, trying to TP to safety. He's gonna make it, but this is the fight you were talking about. If the Spectre and this Beastmaster are actually able to get onto the Sniper, the fight's totally different.
Man, that was such a good ward from VP, but as soon as that fight starts, they drop an Observer as well for Dragon Esports to find the Sniper, and just all jump to him. The blink from the Beastmaster, he was not caught in the original jump from the Mars. So again, they're able to focus that Sniper, and right before that fight, excuse me, Spectre picked up her shard. So she was able to activate that as she jumped in for extra damage reflection. And I think that
Yeah, that owns.
another kill. Yeah, it did so much damage in that fight.
I did not realize she bought the shard. Yeah, that's a huge item. Especially against Gyro, right? It's one of the things that's like really good. He has uncontrollable AoE damage. Like that dispersion is going to just do that much more, even if he's attacking her or not.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this damage can't be controlled, right? So you're getting tons of value from it.
Oh.
It's actually really cool. You don't usually see it picked up so early.
Jetpack, he's on the run. They don't find him. Okay. So, wards are cleaned up top. Roshan is up. It's respawned. They know. Muha's just going to walk in and get it started. Infernal as well is here, and this is going to be a very quick Roche. As soon as that tag team comes in, it's going to fall fast. Clockwork is nearby.
Do it, Clockwork. Go, go, go. Go for the
It's too
steal.
low. All right. Aegis and Banner picked up. They're going to actually go ahead, go straight to the bottom lane, look for this Mars as Beastmaster has set up for another kill already.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not only do you get Roche, but you get a massive kill on the board. And you can just push this bottom lane now.
He must have TP'd just out of sight of this Observer ward on the cliff.
I mean, I think he TP'd to the bottom of the tier 2. Oh, I hear a hook shot. Oh, they found Vampire. Okay, I mean, he's got Snowball, but Squad X, you're kind of in a rough spot. He's got to be KB, but do they have enough damage to bring down Muha? The refraction, I mean, that's going to be Aegis. Oil is down. Kiritich here as well has to leave. His BKB is expiring. Okay, you get Aegis. That's not a bad trade. But you have spent both BKBs now.
I think as long as you don't get killed while your BKBs are down, you'll be pretty happy with that. But if Dragon Esports can maybe force an objective or find a couple fights while BKB is down, then it sort of becomes worth it. It seems like they're all falling back though, so looks like they're just gonna take it as a loss. Oops, we hung around top too much.
I will say Antares is doing a really good job at actually just healing in these fights. Like they're struggling with a lot of the damage, but they have at least some sustain. from this Coddle with the constant illuminates, and it is kind of helping deal with this AoE damage from, say, you know, the Spectre.
That's true. I kind of like the idea of this Pugna as a response to Coddle. It's like you kind of do very similar things,
Yeah.
so you don't fall behind in that sense. You're both just going to be constantly healed up.
Yeah, your team never has to leave the map. Like, every time we've seen them take fights, like, multiple times, Puck just gets a full reset. And he's almost got his Octarine with the Parasma already done, so this Puck does a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Eventually, you'll see things like the Aghanim Scepter come out, too.
It also feels like Pugna is more generic in who he helps. I feel like there's a couple of Coddle combos that are so strong, like Storm Spirit, but then others are just kind of, you know, it's cool, it's nice, you know, like Sniper Mars, like, okay, thanks for the mana, but it doesn't feel broken like Bristleback. Blink Roar onto Sniper.
Oh, they got him, but do they have the damage to finish it off? In comes the Spectre, pops the Blade Mail. He's out for now, but can you disengage? This BKB from the Gyro is doing some work, but Vampire actually finds someone on the backside. Muha trying to get away. They do manage to take down the Clockwork. The Puck was in pretty deep. A very scrappy fight, but now with no BKBs on the side of VP, you gotta be careful. They can continue chasing. They're gonna trying to sustain through this. They really would love the Gyrocopter, but they don't find him. Now it's time for the Pugna to get to work, healing up his team.
You wouldn't even know a team fight just happened.
Oh, just barely off the mark with the shards. They just jump in. The spear's going to connect, but guess what? They can just continue the dive. The Solar Cars do work, and they find a bigger kill. It's Kiritich on the Gyrocopter, and Squad X needs to bail out as well. Muha nearby. He's got help. Hurricane Pike to send him back, but Dual Raze is in. No coil, but the Roar is back up, and they will respect it. That'll be a tier 2 tower going the way of Dragon Esports in just a moment. Well, if they stick around, we'll see.
He should be able to. There it is. And this time the Spectre is going a more standard build. I see the Orchid queued up. It'll give a lot more solo pick-off potential. Sniper is surviving these fights, but at least the last two has to spend most of the time just running. Get saved by his teammates. Like, here's the Glimmer, here's the Force Staff, here's everything. But he just has to keep running. Yeah.
Like, the Disarm will do work against the Spectre, but the problem is like, you're using the grenade and everything just trying to survive.
Sniper
in
in the
bottom lane. We're going to see them once again finding the Sniper. It's just so easy with the Roar. Like, Blink Roar into Haunt every time is, not Haunt, but Shadow Step. It's just a guaranteed kill with this stage of the game.
Usually BKB would be your safety measure, but Roar and the Punch, two options, make it very difficult for Sniper to get out here.
You have a shield rune bottled up on your Spectre as well, so if you think they weren't going to go high ground, they've got plenty of options now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
You just go for the bottom tier 2 now? Take all the towers once again?
I think it's fine. Spectre's not actually good at taking objectives. Her kit is better at killing individual heroes. Beastmaster's good at doing it, but as you approach the high ground, you need Beastmaster to be waiting. If he's exposing himself on the front, then he's gonna get picked off. Sniper's gonna be free to do what she wants.
Muha's in a weird spot. Not really used to be, but there it is. Shield Rune comes out. He's going to be able to absorb a lot of damage to the arena. Has caught the Pugna. That's a big one. Can he actually survive? Well, Sniper on top of the Spectre. Haunt on over. Just trying to play around this extra vision, this extra mobility. So he's out. But meanwhile, the fight happening on the side. The Assassinate comes in, takes down the Tusk. TP out from the Mars. Does he make it? He might burn. No, he survives. He's out. Bucky's just in, doing some work. Infernal goes in, tries to finish off Squad X, but just pops the BKB, and the Coddle's just been sitting on the high ground the whole time. Muha is not going to die to the Assassinate, but the Clockwork wants to stay on top of him. Puck. Puck finds his Clockwork. He's dead. Yeah, he just throws the hook shot. He's going to try his best, but he's dead.
Oh, that's so close.
So close.
It was a good attempt.
Really good attempt.
In that fight, that was so funny. Gyro had a regen rune going while Beastmaster had the roar heals. I was just watching two tanky heroes whack each other and have their health go up anyway.
Uh-oh,
But
Squad X. Oh. Ooh, Dual Rays, he sees notice, but here comes the Spectre. Pops that Blade Mail. Dual Rays needs to get that Parasma damage going, and he does. Squad X is ticking down. It might just be a kill, and it is. Oh, man. The Parasma is so good. What a play, dude. He just stuck around.
Too. Almost an Aghanims on this puck. It's going to be a real nightmare to deal with. And this is the matchup where Sniper usually crushes the puck in the lane, but if you get to these late games, Puck just being able to always get to the Sniper. Puck does a ton of damage with Parasma. Very mobile hero that Sniper can't actually lock down.
They just jump in immediately, but nice blink out. Was that a blink on Coddle? Maybe it's just a Force Staff, but they're going to get the tier 2 tower, and they can turn their attention to the Tormentor as well. Get themselves another valuable shard. This one could go the way of the Tusk. And it will. So improved ice shards now.
You really need the shard on the Sniper. If you get trapped in the shards, your impact goes down so much.
Yeah.
Also, Spectre changed your mind. You're just going to get a Scotty. That's actually a really cool pickup as well.
Super
Once you
good
jump
this
the
game.
Sniper. Even if you can't kill him, if you hit the Sniper and or the Gyro, you're just reducing their damage output.
Another find here. Vampire with the Blink Walrus Punch to set one up. And Ike is going to get coiled solo off. In comes the Spectre, which you mentioned this earlier. I mean, Coil is pretty much a free kill with these guys. Both supports down, no buyback, or both with buyback, but rough.
Shadow Step cooldown is too low. It's too low.
40 seconds now, yeah. And Scotty's completed, so good luck, Gyro and Sniper, getting away from this hero.
Yeah, at this point, you're just waiting for Roche. You'll get Roche, head to the high ground.
Yeah, no reason to rush this. You have 30 seconds till it respawns.
Yeah, I think you still have to be careful when you go high ground. I mean, it's a classic Sniper, Gyro, high ground defense with Arena, Coddle Blast. It will not be an easy high ground. So you're kind of hoping...
True.
You're hoping for them to... You know, you don't want to sit in the base forever, so you do have to make your way out of the map. You try to find a pickoff in that time and then go high ground. So it'll be really important for VP if they want a chance to pull this game back. You need to play so smart, so patiently, and wait out the what I assume will eventually be Dragon Esports Aegis, though if VP actually steals it, that's also a massive play for them.
Yeah. Honestly, I think what you could do is just trade like Roar or Coil plus like a Shadow Step for the BKB of the Sniper. If you get that and just walk away, I think you just can run it back, right, when the cooldowns are back up, because they're not that long. We're going to see them go for the Roshan. This would be a huge steal, but I think Dragon Esports, they know they're not seeing anybody on the map.
I don't think it's fast enough.
It's too late. They're way too late. This Roche is going their way.
Yeah.
VP. Very nicely
They need a
found.
clean escape.
They need a clean escape, absolutely. This will be Aegis refresh, or Aegis as well as the Aghanim of Kirita trying to get out, but they got him! Hook shots in! Ake is gonna go down with them. Oh, man. He can drop the Aghanim Scepter in the base at least, so someone can take advantage of it, but...
That's what got him. They weren't prepared to pick up all the stuff Roche dropped. And there was a slight delay in grabbing everything and then TPing out. Otherwise, I think they're good to go. It's 60 seconds. You might be able to buy enough time. You have really good wave clear on the remaining heroes. So maybe you can just blast out a couple creep waves. And at that point, you do still have the Aegis on the Sniper. It means you can't just jump him and kill him. You can do it once, but he'll come back.
He did drop the Axe, and Sniper picks it up. So he now has the Assassinate, Aghanim Scepter effect, the near instant cast with the larger stun duration.
Is this actually...
Is it the best Axe,
Is this
dude?
actually good? Like, why not put it on Bottle to disrupt fights. Because if even for a second they look away from Sniper, surely that's worth more than an ultimate like this Assassinate. Or like put it on the gyro so he gets his money back. Oh wait, no, he's not. Never mind. Forget that one. The Alchemist one. Because I was gonna say if gyro could just get it and then get a bunch of gold, that would also work. I'm not sure I believe in this Sniper Ags.
It's nice at killing heroes like Pugna. That's the only thing I can think of.
I guess so, yeah.
It gives them the ability to like just assassinate the Pugna and probably kill him if they can get another hero into the fight. But if you don't have vision on Pugna, I also don't really believe in it. It doesn't really give you much other kill threat outside of that one. But that's the only thing I'm trying to make sense of is like it might kill Pugna.
Yeah, maybe it'll have something like that. It feels like when I'm talking about Sniper getting to contribute in a fight, it's mostly just right-clicking. Like, his ult is cool and all. And yeah, you can use it more easily now. I'm sure it'll... I'm not saying it's bad, but just the relative impact. I feel like Will-O-Wisp would be more annoying. Like, Spectre's melee... I guess Puck has pretty good attack. But, I don't know, just like any amount of getting sucked into Will-O-Wisp as they push high ground seems really good.
Yeah, it is super annoying to play into the Will-O-Wisp. And... yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. I feel like it would probably make more sense for the Caudal Ags generally in the fights, but we'll have to see. This does make Sniper's buyback giga expensive. So he has decided he no longer wants buyback. He buys out the Daedalus and he's going Lincolns now.
I mean, I kind of get it, right? You're already on the back foot. You kind of need as much power as you can get.
They need damage.
It's easy to look and laugh like, oh, he's not saving buyback. But it's a tactical choice, right? Because when you save buyback, it's literally money not doing anything. And sometimes you need that money to win the fight. So it's riskier for sure, but sometimes you got to take risks. And when you're 11k behind versus Spectre, right? I think that time is now. And it's mitigated because you do have the Aegis. So hopefully in 3 minutes you can find a kill, get something going, and get some of that money back. But I think it's pretty necessary.
So I was thinking when it comes to Dragon, do they care about going high ground right now? Can they just wait out the Aegis? Like, are they just going to farm up and look for pickoffs and hope for the best?
I think you can. It does get a little scary. I kind of think Mary is a key point here. Like, I think you go up to the barracks and you just keep dropping Nether Blast. Because he has Aether Lens too, so he can do this pretty safely. I think that's actually the secret to breaking this high ground without diving too hard. But if you do want to just wait and then eventually find a pickoff, I think that also works. Sniper, for example, walking under a ward. He's currently smoked up because of ninja gear. But if he starts farming...
they're going to find Caudal. Does he actually just kill him? Oh my god!
This is the Spectre experience, man. It's going to be even easier when he eventually breaks this Radiance into a Nullifier. None of your saves are going to work.
You got the Mindbreaker again, man.
How does he know, man? I'm just not going to build Orchid. I don't need it. I'll just get Mindbreaker at 37 minutes. It's easy, guys. It's less impactful this time. It's still good, but... oh, Roar the top lane gyro.
It's just a solo kill, dude.
Oh my god. What? Spectre totally came in and helped.
Yeah.
Totally necessary.
2 massive deaths here. Like I said, if they just play for pickoffs, like, you don't really have to force high ground. But now, up 2 heroes, if you can force gyros by, he's basically going to be removed from the game. Like, he'll have so little impact at that point. So here we go.
Yeah, you can't buy back.
Banner is down. Coil on the backside finds 2. They're just going to try and burn Sniper's Aegis with this, and it might
we're going to do this.
Enough,
you have to buy back. Where is it?
He's so close to dying, he finally goes down. So that's going to be the Aegis. They get the Mars as well. Notice is dead without a buyback, and Sniper, he's going to be forced to BKB, but they're just chasing him out. Assassinate is there. Fortification comes through as well, and here it is. The Gyro forced to buy so damn late. They're going to get Vampire here, potentially. A Snowball might get him to safety. He's going to go down. They're just BKBs, afraid of dual rays so much.
get the gem for that. Okay, I want to clarify. When I said you don't buy back, I meant you give up the barracks and you hold the buyback. If they're gonna fight with the Blink Arena and all of that, I feel like he has to buy back right at that moment.
Yeah.
I think when he chose to buy back was way too late.
The fight was already over.
Yeah, I guess you get the gem out of that, so actually, you know, it's kind of a win there. Yeah, you can try to remove these wards so you can hopefully move out on the map without the Spectre just deleting you, but in the end, he buys back. And I guess this got defended. The tower's almost dead anyways. You don't win here, but I feel like that economic blow will set up the win in like another 5 minutes.
That's the thing that hurts. So I was saying, like, it removes the gyro from the game in terms of, like, it's such an economic disadvantage now between him and every other core in the game. Like, he is so underfarmed for a carry gyrocopter. Like, put them into perspective here to anybody else playing carries right now, right? Like, he's like 7,000 to 8,000 gold behind.
What is the play from here? Honestly, I thought the arena was pretty solid. I think that's kind of the fight you want. You just hopefully have the gyro there.
25. Here we go. Roar cooldown once again.
Dude, okay.
And
the fact that you can roar and shadow step together, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
These cooldowns, man.
30-second roar. Combined with the fact that he also got the best jungle item he could find, right? Timeless Relic makes it his magic damage so much more. Oh, Clockwork's...
They're baiting this Wisdom Rune.
Dora's like, nah, dude.
I thought for sure he was going to leave that.
I thought he'd wait too, but he just doesn't
We're
want
totally not here, man. Come on in. You need the Wisdom Rune. You're so low level. Head on over.
Tusk almost has an Ags again.
He's going back for Shivas again.
On the Spectre?
Yeah.
Interesting. You already have a Shiva's on Infernal, but... Oh, there's going to be the Haunt. It's going to give them all the vision that they need. They go right into the base. Just already, Sniper's dead. He does have a buyback arena out from Notice. Going to spear back the Tusk. A 1-for-1 trade, but I think you're happy about this on Dragon Esports as they just are looking for the top lane of Barracks. They don't manage to finish it off, but they forced out some big cooldowns. Yeah. As you're right, they actually have 0 creeps near the base. They just dove the base and killed the sniper.
Yeah. I mean, it is pretty good, right? Because you can push in the wave while he's dead. For example, mid, if they get here, actually, it's going to start pushing against them. You got to go save your creep wave.
Oh, goodbye, Antares. Looking for more inside the base. There's the Blink, the Roar. They've got the Gyro. The BKB is out, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Here comes the Spectre, just slowed to a crawl, and the coil dropped on the Sniper. He's going to die back. That is the GG. And your CCT Series 4 winners will be Dragon Esports.
Radiant victory.
That's hype, man. I don't know. That sounds like so... I don't know. It's such a simple way to put it. But Dragon Esports, unexpected champions. And they played so well, too, man.
They played super well.
Whatever came together for this team, I don't know. And hopefully we'll get an interview and we can ask them. But this is some of the best we've seen them play. I think their drafts were weird, but we saw why they went for it, right? We saw the value of the Spectre. They're like, oh, what's this Pugna hero? What's this Muerta hero? But they put them into good use. I feel like the games were pretty close too. I think Dragon Esports did show that they cleanly won the last 3 games, but Virtus Pro had a chance to put it up. So just a fun time overall for, in the end, a 3-1 victory for Dragon Esports.
Dude, I gotta say, this Beastmaster Spectre combo is sick. We actually might see more of this from other teams. Like, if they were paying attention to this at all, like, this combo is amazing. Spectre definitely needs, like, that situational game, and if it ends up being a good game, it just makes the Beastmaster that much more potent. So, I love this. I think Dragon Esports, really solid drafts all around. well played. They absolutely deserve the victory on this one.
Yeah, I do feel like Spectre is supposed to have a harder time in the lane, right? So I don't know what that goes to. Like maybe they just played it really well, right? This Spectre Pugna combo that they ran twice. Props to them for that. I think usually in the meta we would see Spectre struggle more, which is why I don't think we see it as much. But ultimately, you do reach this late point where their draft really worked. Tusk can find someone, Beastmaster can find someone, Puck can find someone. And then Spectre, with a 40-second cooldown Shadow Step, is always there, just showing up to finish the kill, even if it's not even necessary. It's like, I mean, I've got it, guys. I can just use it. It's practically free. It's up all the time. I'm just sitting on it. Let me show up, farm the things over there. Just really well executed, the ideas for the draft.
Yeah, it's just really good stuff. The fact that, like, at level 6, you have a 60-second ultimate to play around, and, like, you're always constantly finding something, even if it's just a support, right? Getting the earn charges online, having that early blade mail, it makes it really difficult for some of these other heroes to respond to the Spectre, especially once you have the twist, or since you are running the twist and knife facet, the one that, like, when you reality in, you basically cast that spectral dagger immediately. You can double cast a spectral dagger. Like, it's a lot of burst damage. So it's a really cool draft. I really like what they've done on Dragon Esports. I think we might start seeing more Spectre. Like, legitimately, this looked really sick, the way that they played this. It does require coordination. It's not going to be like a pub hero where you're just like, oh, I'm just going to first pick Spectre. We're going to win. It'll be no big deal. But, yeah, exceptionally well done from them. And it looks like we do have an interview with Dragon Esports, so very excited to hear what they have to say. So let's go ahead, jump on over. Hello. Muha, welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Hello.
It is pronounced Muha, right?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So first off, incredible performance here today. You guys, we saw you guys on day one of playoffs, and you looked incredibly well. Zach, I think here was the one who said it. You guys are playing better Dota than we've seen Dragon Esports play, I think, ever. So how does it feel for you guys, like coming in here and actually winning the event?
It feels amazing. We were obviously underdogs, and we played out of our minds, kind of. Every series we've been getting better and better. It's a surprise to me, but every game we've been getting stronger. That's just it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we absolutely agree. Each series, each game, you guys made steady improvements, and I think this finals game, like, kind of definitely put a point on that. I gotta talk to you about this Spectre, because a lot of people are not feeling the Spectre hero, but the way you guys play it, the low cooldown ultimate, the constant global ganks, the pickoffs, was this something you guys had, like, practiced and known, like, this is something you're super comfortable on, or is this, like, just a hero that you like and you're like, guys, trust me, give me the Spectre? Like, what's going on here?
I mean, we don't play this hero. I don't play this hero. I have a wool streak in pubs, but it's good against the draw and sniper. So
yeah,
we tried it once, it worked. Why not again? You know?
Right on. I mean, yeah, absolutely worked. Zach, what do you got, man?
Wait, so you don't play the hero that much, but then what made you want to build the Shivas? Because that's a build that we don't really see that much. So what inspired that then? That you go for that?
I just copied the build from Dota Pro Tracker. Not gonna lie to you.
I mean, it was a good build for the Drow game, right? Like, you need the armor.
Yeah,
so
it felt nice.
It
felt nice, and damage amplification is also amazing, you know?
Yeah. All right, that's super funny.
Okay, then speaking of learning and improving each series, so VP, you guys actually played them before. They beat you 2-0, and then game 1, they win, so that's then 3 wins in a row. Were you getting nervous at that point, or do you feel like you were learning after each loss that you were then able to turn it around and win 3 games in a row against them?
Well, the first time they beat us in this tournament, it was 2-0, but it was super close games. Game 1, we could have won game 2 also. And now in this best of 5, game 1 was still close. Every game was close, so it's not like they're destroying us. It's just something didn't go right, some personal mistakes or something. Fix that and you win the game.
Very true. And it definitely looked good. Well, then, this is pretty exciting. I want to ask, because I know this is a different group, right? I think you guys have been playing together for about a month.
More.
Maybe a little more than that.
I would say 2 months. We just changed our position for player. That's all.
Got it. And so has anything in particular you feel shifted with that change that helped you guys? Like we were saying, it looked better. You were also saying you guys felt like you were playing out of your mind. Is there some kind of change with that team change that you think led to this?
Well, we got a player that probably fit us better, and we managed to find our meta. This Spectre was just, for example, something new, or we would play other heroes that would work for us, but not necessarily for other teams. So it was just fitting together as a team. That's all. And it felt nice, you know.
Awesome. That's great to hear. We were really excited. We were saying it's a grind, you know, to keep going through, and we love seeing you guys find success here.
Thank you.
So, I mean, obviously with this win, how are you guys feeling with like the team? Like, I hope you guys are sticking together, going to be continuing to practice, enter new events. What do you guys have your like sights on going forward?
Hopefully some tier 1 tournament qualifiers like Dream League or whatnot. We played a few of them last month. Didn't have as good of practice, but now it looks like we can win some good teams, you know.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, a lot of people, like you said, you guys were definitely considered the underdogs coming into the event. I think a lot of people had their eyes on VP, but this was a beatdown, man. The last 3 games, you guys absolutely crushed. So this looks really good. And I gotta ask, like, how much of this is the Beastmaster? Because this hero seemed pretty nuts in this series, and you guys play around it really well. So do you think Beastmaster still needs a little bit of a tuning, or is it just the way you guys play around it that makes it look so good?
I mean, I think we just all played good, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it was a team effort. It wasn't just one guy. Everybody was doing their part. Everybody was giving 20%, and in the end, it's just enough.
Yeah. It looked good, man. You guys played well in every lane. You guys' lane performance was super sick. Even in lanes where we thought you guys were going to have a rougher time, I think specifically your first Spectre game, we expected you to have a really rough lane, and you get first blood, and suddenly your lane is chill. How much of an impact do you think that first blood had on your lane?
It was immense. Like, if I don't get the kill, I would probably have to come back the whole game, and then I would not be a part of the game at all.
Yeah, we were wondering like what your take on that was. When it happened, we're like, is this game completely different off of just first blood? Like, and from your perspective, you think that's the case?
Oh, for sure. It makes all the difference.
Wow.
It makes all the difference.
That's cool. Zach, do you have any final thoughts? Any questions?
No, I'm good. I'm happy to hear the team is all playing well, and it's awesome to hear. It sounds like a good mentality as well. You feel like it's just everyone working together. So I'm excited to see whatever you guys end up doing next. We'll be watching for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, man. Congratulations once again on the win. Do you have anything that you'd like to say before we let you go?
Thanks for watching, and cheer for us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Thanks again. Have a good night.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Man, what a cool, chill guy, you know? Like, he's just stoked. He's happy. He's like, we played amazing Dota. We get a win over a big team. Yeah, I love it. Those are the types of interviews that make Dota so special. So, very happy to get a chance to speak with him.
It kills me. I just copied a build off Dota 2 Pro Tracker, man.
Dude,
I don't
that's
know.
so funny. He's like, I don't know. Someone else built Shivas. I figured, why not?
It's
in
so
the game,
funny.
it made sense, though.
Yeah. And it's so funny because there's this duality in Dota where there is the most thought out min-max efficiency, try hard strategy. Like, I'm going to move 2 units this way. This is going to happen, all this stuff. And that's legit, right? And then there's also like, well, I don't know. It just felt like the item. It's just like, I'm just going to do this, you know? And it's both there. It's all parts of it. And that's just the beauty of Dota. I don't know.
I just love the fact that he's like, I don't know, we don't even play this hero. Like, I don't play this hero. It just seemed good against their heroes. And I mean, they were right. Like, it's fantastic against the Drow Ranger, which is why we were worried about the Drow pick initially. They picked the sniper against the Puck, and they're like, run it back? Try the Spectre again? Like, who knows? And it works, man. That's so good.
Love it. It's great. I love it.
But, well, I mean, that's it. This has been a really fun CCT Series 4. A big congratulations to Dragon Esports Club for taking this one home and VP for their second place finish. But that's going to do it, everyone. So I want to say thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and to follow here on Twitch to make sure you don't miss the next event. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. As always, wish you all a wonderful evening. We'll see you next time.
Bye, everybody.